And hello, 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 everybody. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. He said, looking at the time, seeing that he kept them exactly waiting 11 minutes and 29 seconds. It's Shadowbringers time. And so, in line with me getting ready to do Shadowbringers and everything therein, I have lost my mind. Specifically with regards to a couple of IRL stuff. I'm a car idiot, in case you haven't been able to tell, and noteworthy, I was not actually able to make my go live notification be Dakar Idiot. They also wouldn't let me do Dakar Dummy. So I did go with Dakar Ignoramus. And I just hope they're gonna let that one slide, because if Twitch moderation rules comes after me for this one, I really don't know what I'm gonna do. I am looking very dapper. So, friend of the show, Kishnok, who is frequently in chat, has recently been complaining about the lack of ties recently. And to be fair, I actually used to do this a lot. I always like sort of a more formal air than sort of a more casual air. So I used to wear a lot of ties. I used to do a lot of stuff, but I was having some body identity issues with my collars and things like that. So I'm feeling a little bit more self-confident. I'm feeling a little bit more present. So we're gonna start maybe seeing some more ties, maybe some more collared shirts. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I used to be the suit and tie streamer, exactly. And we're gonna try and get back to that. We'll see. Although also, real fast, thanks for the solid cast on the Halfling versus Gnome discourse. Obviously, I'm going to have to advocate on behalf of gnomes, just because it feels like there are less people advocating for the side of gnomes. But I am secretly a halfling stan. But yeah, so hello, hello, hello. The real meat and potatoes of the stream today is going to be Shadowbringer, so we will try and get to that as fast as possible. But I call for me Fridays as Fridays for me because I'm not as fixated on metrics or trying to follow trends or trying to do things like that. He says, constantly doing things on Friday that are following trends and metrics. But I also want to do channel updates, talk about some of the things that are in development. Again, talk about my car struggles, because I told one friend about my car struggles, and they did not give me appropriate praise. So now I'm turning to you, loyal Twitch chat, who would never be derisive or make fun of me, to talk about car troubles. So yeah. Yeah, the car is nonsense. And then a couple of other fairly important little odds and ends, just because there have been some things that have been knocking around in my head that wouldn't let me sleep. So, and if you know me, I have enough trouble sleeping as it is. But starting from the top, can I say hello, hello, Ender friend, Sabada, Fluffbot, Klain, of course, Cassadar, Gothmoth. What are you doing up so early? And I think, of course, Raven. I think that's everybody. I'm not gonna weigh in too heavily on the Halfling versus Gnome discourse, but I am loving it, so thank you. Starting from the top again. Really quickly, Cass, because I know you already redeemed those channel points. If no one has refunded them to you yet, obviously they're first and foremost on my mind. I'm not going to be able to do the singing stream today, just because, or I say singing stream, those two songs today, mainly because I've just been so scrambling about that I haven't really had time to sort of focus on anything. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to say again, apologies, because I don't know why, the Demodollar is like way in my mind. I'm like, I must obey the channel points. So that was like, oh no, Cass, I haven't had time to go over the songs. So, okay. As long as you're cool with that, thank you. Thank you very much, my friend. I've been talking about coming up with other things to spend channel points on, and I'll address that a little bit further down the line. Shoot you a message when you feel like it, and you'll spend them. So, I'm thinking we're gonna do it next Friday, because I think next Friday is gonna be Demised After Dark. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. We'll get to it. You could open a bank, God. Any currency backed by Demodollars is a currency doomed to fail. So, yes. Thank you on that one, Cass. Very quickly, car-related problems. I I'm just proud of myself on this one. I do not have a cool toolbox because toolboxes are expensive, and I, in certain areas, am exceedingly frugal. In other areas, kind of a bit of an idiot. But it's specifically with relation to things that are important and I should not skimp out on, I skimp out on all the time. So my toolkit consists of a couple of multi-tools, some wrenches that I got as a part of like an IKEA furniture set, some other odds and ends that I got from like other furniture building things that I just didn't throw away and instead held onto. So it's egregious. I will be the first to admit, oh boy, my toolkit does not look good. And then, of course, friend of the show, Pizza Tonight, who sometimes shows up, lent me some tools to help work on my car. But basically, all of the knowledge with relation to how to do a car thing comes from Google. So I'm taking off the terminals on my car battery and I'm looking at Google and it says, don't do this with your bare hand because that white stuff on it could be acid, wear protective gloves. And I go, I don't have any of those. So I just keep doing it, panicking in my head about the potential danger. That's actually, we can do that. Do you want me to do it today, Gothmoth, or do you want me to do it after the start of Shadowbringers? They are fiat currency, exactly. We need to get this man a Harbor Freight catalog, half the quality for 1/5 the price. I've gone to Harbor Freight. Fun fact, Harbor Freight today is redoing their thing where if you go in, they give you a free flashlight just for the heck of it. And they're really good flashlights. And I wish I had been able to have both the time and the energy to go into Harbor Freight to get one of those flashlights. But unfortunately, I just got the car working before stream. So, Clary, hey. Gonna be leaving in a few hours to get some dinner with some friends from work. No sweat at all. Twitch Fund tools, 1 tool per donation. No, stop. Whenever I want. I'm probably not going to do it tonight because I've just got a small backlog of things I want to talk about before the stream. But definitely I'm thinking probably this upcoming Tuesday. And again, I've been thinking about trying to expand streams, so we'll see what it looks like. Wahoy, Blue Hydra. Hey. Stop. Please, Sabata. Ex-brother-in-law bought a fireman's axe from Harbor Freight. I'm not gonna lie, if I was in the zombie apocalypse, Harbor Freight would be pretty high up on my list of places to go. But anyway, so I'm elbow deep in the guts of my car. Not actually, it's just the battery. I'm like using what small tools I have to like try and figure things out. And then after really the most exposure I've had under the Florida sun for a while, which is good because today is only in the high 80s, but bad because the humidity does make me feel as though I've just dunked myself in a bottle of lukewarm water. Finally, I get the car to work. So I'm feeling pretty proud, pretty smug. Have I earned that confidence? No. Are there other people who could have helped me do it significantly better? Probably. But listen, just wanted to talk about something good in my life, especially because it has been on my mind the whole time in that, like, so I've been slowly going through groceries. We've had other refrigerator problems. I'm just not going to go into it at this point because that refrigerator and I are arch nemesis. But I've been having to throw away groceries. And so the groceries or shelf-stable food that I have had, I've been slowly going through. I've been going through it like, well, I'm either going to have to make a trip to the grocery store on my electric bike, which will present a different set of challenges, or just really hope that I get the car working finally today, because I've been knocking away at it over the past couple of days. And so, fortunately, instead of doing the conscientious thing, which is riding my e-bike and not wasting gasoline or ruining the environment, I can now relaxingly and calmly in my 04 Honda Civic ruin the environment for my air conditioning convenience. So, you know. Harbor Freight sponsorship win? Harbor Freight will never sponsor my streams. Are you joshing me? I'd love that. That'd be insane. But, yeah. Thank you for the good job. What ended up being wrong? So, again, from people who do know more about cars than me, the solution that I have done, which I am now tentative on talking about, might have still been a temporary thing. But long story short, the battery is dead. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It turns out the thing that I did, which was open up the battery, is not very much recommended. So, you know. Just for now, what's my favorite scion? Okay. It used to be Ida, actually. And so Ida was dead, and then it turned out to be Lise, and Lise was not my favorite scion. We've got Thancred right now, who is edgy ninja dad. We've got Urianger, who is overprotective older brother of Alice. We've got Alphino, who... God. The problem is I can't say Alphino is my favorite because I see too much of myself in Alphino. The like, oh, I know politics. I am a player on the geopolitical board. And then actually it's like, this kid ain't... This bright young man. Yo, who the F is this? Is the energy that Alphino gives me all the time. There is, of course, Y'shtola, and Y'shtola is a delight, but again, as people were saying, she's very kudere. Of course, Alice. Alice is bae. The thing is that Alice's character development over the Stormblood post is the exact flavor of character development I kind of wanted from any other character in all of Stormblood and didn't get. So it might be Alice. And then of course there's all of the little pleb scions who I love. I am vaguely invested in the Coltonet Hori Boulder storyline. Just because I always think of Coltonet as Taco from the Adventure Zone, the very first set. And so I always give him that kind of voice, which, like, and that's not fair to Coltonet. I'm sure he sounds like a cool wizard Elizin, but yeah. If I can choose one of the NPC pleb scions, one of the NPC pleb scions. If I can't choose one of the NPC pleb scions, probably Alice. Fixing something that has been broken, or even just diagnosing a problem, is a huge accomplishment. Great job, Elish. Azara. That is exactly the flavor of praise I wanted, thank you. There is a correct answer here. Oh no, Klain, I don't know what it is! Yeah, Kishnok, I was directly attributing the tie to you this time. Batteries are big scary. The fear of electricity. So, this is not going to surprise anyone with how scatterbrained I can be. One time I was doing something and I shocked myself plugging something into a wall outlet, and ever since then, whenever I approach anything that I'm like thinking, oh, this is electricity, that like same shock goes up my spine and I'm like, oh, I am going to die today. So, when you guys see that I have perished due to a car battery related accident, just remember this moment. And remember that I am prophetic. And your winning lottery numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Powerball 69. Anyways, the batteries aren't scary, capacitors are. Oh. Y'shtola is best girl. I do like Y'shtola. Based in Red Alphino build. No! I like Alphino a ton. But the problem is I see myself in Alphino, and that's just weird. I'm like, oh. Like, Alphino would have been a speech and debate captain in high school. I was a speech and debate captain in high school. So yeah. I mean, good job posting is a shit post. Do not pretend anyone otherwise, Cass. It's fine. Yeah, right? Whereas your praise was more along the lines of, what did you do? It's not a direct call-out post to you, ACS Mars, but yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh. It's only 12 volts. Easy peasy. Your dad has been in all sorts of construction since he was like 14. Electricity still scares him. Yep, valid. Okay, so that is all of me seeking praise and adoration from Twitch chat. Thank you, you've done a great job. Very quickly, moving on to the next bit of business, just because it is somewhat important. So, very quickly, and again, addendum. I am a guest in the house of the Jolly Jupiters, which is a silly way of me putting it. I'm doing it that way to sort of like change some of the vibe, but there has been an observation from the higher ups, and it's a totally sensible one, especially with like streams picking up a little bit. That I am not. The Jolly Jupiters is an FC that I get to be a part of and I get to be a guest in. So as a part of that, there has been some concern raised to me that, well, you know, we don't want people joining the Jolly Jupiters with the expectation that they'll get to just hang out with you more, and that's sort of the whole thing, which is totally valid. I want the FC to be a cool place where people hang out, and I love that. And to be clear, this is not about anybody who has joined, right? But going forward, as we're going along, there is sort of an energy of like, hey, if you like doing events, if you want to do events based in the US, absolutely go for it. That's totally valid. But as my streams are picking up, because I don't know what y'all have been doing over this last week, but I really appreciate you guys coming and hanging with me. But, you know, just be fairly conscientious of, if you want to specifically do Final Fantasy XIV stuff to hang out with me, I'll post more stuff on my actual Discord server, so that way that's a little bit more doable. But if you want to do cool events with a very awesome FC that is delightful, that's when you want to join the Jolly Jupiters, right? So it was just an observation on their behalf, and I totally agree. I'm a guest in their space, and I don't want to be weird about that. So yeah. Now, further off of that, so again, Jolly Jupiters is a great FC. If you want to join it because you want a good FC, that's great. But if you want to hang out with me specifically, you know, there's other options and ways to do that. I do want to talk about something that was sort of affecting me from yesterday's stream. And there is a specific incident that I'm not going to rehash entirely, but long story short, someone had posited they were going to donate to a charity if I did something on stream. Now, much in the same way that I am a guest in the House of the Jolly Jupiters, and, you know, I cohabitate under their rules and I do their things, I don't do the same thing on the flip side. If you come into my stream and you are here to vibe, I want to maintain that air of friends hanging out. I know I have to start figuring out a way to make it sort of more of a financially viable option, because that is the long-term goal. But I don't want people to come in to self-advertise or sorry. No. Okay. I feel this is the timing on this is absolutely buck wild. So sorry. Speaking of self-advertising, well, so this is the problem, right? Is like, if you're excited about a project that you've done and you're excited about doing those kinds of things, totally go for it, right? Like, I mean, and I feel a little bit bad. I feel a little bit bad about that. Mainly because if there are collaborators out there who want to do stuff with me, feel free to go ahead and do that. Feel free to reach out to me through other means, right? I've got a business email on Twitter. I'm doing things to sort of go through the right channels. Fluffbot, I do appreciate how protective you are. I think you and I should have a chat about that, because I do like giving people the benefit of the doubt. But I do appreciate you watching out for us like that. Okay, so the account was made 13 minutes ago. It was a bot. Oh no! Wow. Fluffbot, how did you do that much research that fast? Oh my god. Yeah, I just assumed it was a human being. Anyways, okay, sorry. No, this is not the point. The point is actually a little bit more specifically, because I do want to get to that. It's all in the mod tools. Damn. I gotta get mod view on my side. What? Okay, but sorry. So Fluffbot's secret is they are also a bot. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah. Woo. I should be giving you more praise, actually. Well, okay, sorry. So the specific instance I want to get to is fiduciary exchanges. It wasn't just self-promotion, but yeah. No, I appreciate it, ACS Mars. It makes me feel safer about working on my own. But it is specifically financial, because people have come in the past and they've made jokes about, oh, I'll pay you like $5 to throw the game, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. There are streamers who do that, and I want to be abundantly clear. I'm not throwing shade at them. They're allowed to do that. That's totally their vibe. But I'm not for sale in that regard. If there are projects you want to do, or things that you're thinking about, or if you like the program and like what I'm doing and you want to put money out, all of those are totally options. I am not for sale in that regard, right? And so, you know, that's a weird way of putting it, but that's something I want to make clear. The entire goal of me streaming, even though I want this to become my future profession, is always to maintain a space that is fairly friendly and open, and it's not about who has the most money. I want to hang out with all of you guys. That being said, what happened yesterday was, it was specifically a question about donating to a charity. And again, it's fine. It was totally in the like excitement of the moment. Streaming is a big energy kind of space. I don't want there to ever be a situation where, if you can donate to a charity, it is predicated on me doing something on my stream. And it probably should not have bothered me as much as it did, because I did the thing. Y'all are ridiculous. I did the thing, it was fine, but I realized that my demeanor and my attitude changed at that moment in the stream, because, again, I know my reaction to that was, if you've got the money to donate to charity, just donate to charity. You don't need to use it as leverage against someone else, right? So that's where some of my thinking is. No, Clain, to be clear, this is not a call-out post to anybody, and also specifically what you and a couple of other people did when you were doing donos and things like that, that was delightful. That was 100% something that I was super excited about, and I was like, yes. Like, it's an indication of you guys liking the thing that I'm doing, and it encourages me to go farther down that line. Specifically, however, like, this is the difference for me and for my mindset, and I'm so sorry about the amount of time that I'm taking up on this. I really do want to get to Shadowbringers. We're gonna go as fast as possible, but I just want to sort of clear the air for my own sake, and also for the one in the future. And thank you, Cass, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kishna. Holy moly, Cass! 135. Oh my moly. Well, what I want to say is that, yeah, ground rules, but more than that, what you did was you said, I like what is going on, and so now I am donating 100 bits to have high energy. That was fine. That was lovely. If you had said, I will give you 100 bits to delete something in your inventory, I on principle probably would have been like, no, I won't do that. And then the thing that was the weirdest about what happened yesterday for me to sort of wrap my head around and figure it out, and again, this is a different conversation for another time, but it was, I will give X amount of money to a charity if you do the thing that I am asking you to do. And so Cass once again claims the box. But yeah, like, I mean, on one hand, if I'm doing like a charity event like we did back in Christmas of last year, that's a different thing, right? Like, we're trying to do an event, there's specific rewards that are being given out, that whole thing. If you have the money to give to charity, and maybe this is me being hypocritical because I don't have a lot of disposable income, and so that's not something that I've had a lot of space for. If you can give to charity, please do not make it predicated on me doing something in a game. It was something that really made me think a lot, because, like, if someone comes in here and is like, hey, I'll give you $100,000 to do something ridiculous, I'd be like, sure, cool, because that'll get me set. But I would feel like I'm giving up on my moral principles. If someone said, I'll give $100,000 to a charity to do something in the game, the moralistic balance and sort of the ethos of the stream and the community changes. And I don't know about that. So I did it yesterday because I wanted a charity to get $20. Going forward, as a ground rule, that's the kind of behavior that I'm just not going to encourage. I probably shouldn't have. I probably should have just stuck to my guns, but a charity out there is getting $20. Going forward, yeah. If you are like, I want you to do a thing and I will give you or anything or anyone money if you do it, I'm going to out of hand say no. So I just wanted to get that out there and make it as explicit as possible. I'll probably do something in the chat rules about it and or do a command about that. And I'm also going to do a command about the Jupes thing again, because they're a fantastic FC and I love hanging out with them. But the higher ups did point out to me, we're a little bit worried about the idea that people are joining just to hang out with you. So those are the two heavy things. We're getting those out of here and we're chucking them away. We're good to go. So yeah. Aww. Good baby knock news in the chat. Okay. We're caught up. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and actually get to the reason why we're all hanging out. Oh wait, no. There's one other good thing to like slightly take the demeanor back up, because I know these are fairly serious topic points. Demised After Dark. So, I talked about how Demised After Dark is going to be the 300 follower event. I've also talked about how I do want you guys to sort of give me ideas and things like that. So, Cass, your channel point singing redemptions, I'm planning on using those during Demised After Dark, which is going to be this upcoming Friday. So, not today, obviously, but next Friday. We're going to be, I'll do the sing redemptions, and then also, I want you guys to feel free to give me any sort of recommendations, either on the Discord or here directly, right? So I'm going to make a channel point redemption for you guys to suggest things for me to talk about. I'm going to make a separate channel on the Discord for you guys to post those things, and then I'm going to gather them all up. And for the 300 follower celebration on not today, but next Friday, I'm going to address every single thing. So if you guys put in 1,000 questions or things to talk about, I am going to address all of them. I'm probably going to mix myself a Manhattan during that time, maybe get myself a Lagavulin or a Lafroig, but I'm going to go over every single thing that you guys post for the 300 follower celebration. So, this is my promise. We'll talk about it when we get there. However, for right now, it's Shadowbringers time, baby. Yeah, no, sorry, Ellen. We're setting some ground rules, so long story short, if you'd like to join the Jupes because you're looking for an FC, A-okay. If you're joining the Jupes to hang out with me, the higher-ups have pointed out that might be a possible concern. Might make a command about it, just letting people know. Also, at any point in time, if anyone is talking about any sum of money in exchange for me doing a thing for them, that is now just flat out not an option. Again, people who do donos and who subscribe and all that jazz, absolutely delightful. If you are doing it directly in exchange for an action or behavior on my behalf, I'm gonna say no. So, sorry. Just a little bit of business stuff at the top. Oh, also I fixed my car, which is important, so, yeah. Like for topics or games, anything counts. For this Demised After Dark, anything is on the table. Never feel bad for rethinking a situation you were put in and didn't like the outcome. You're absolutely allowed to establish a boundary for future situations based on further reflection. Thanks, Azara. I needed that. I was thinking a lot about it. Favorite cheese? Gonna write that down in my thing to remember. Okay. Favorite cheese. You know the FC thing isn't about you because you spent like 2 hours after you finished helping some people do blue mage farming of Aurum Vela's tank. Plain, I cannot joke about this enough. The number of people who were like, well, I say the number of people. When this was brought up to me, they were like, we need to make this abundantly clear. This has nothing to do with anybody who has already joined. And I was like, yeah, no, that's because Clayton's an absolute badass, and we love them. But yeah. What if we are a company meaning to sponsor? That's different, because then we're not only talking large sums of money, we're talking about increased visibility to future companies, which has future advertising possibilities. I'm still not 100% awesome with that, but in an ideal world where this is my job, those are the kinds of things that I have to accept. So, you know. What if you're buying the subscription in order for you to continue streaming, ergo buying for action? This is a shitpost, don't think about it too much. Cass, I've already thought about it exhaustively. And I think the thing there is that, again, it's not an explicit statement of doing something different in the future. For example, you're not saying, I will give you a sub if you hit yourself on the head with a mallet. You're saying, I love the mallet head-based content that you are doing, and now I am going to subscribe to see more of that. And that has a fundamentally different tone to it for me personally. For other streamers out there, maybe not, but you know. So, can you bribe me with a high five? Hell yeah, all the time. Demise brand of cheese, no. God, I know what goes into making cheese now. That ain't for me, Chief. Craft dinner, no! Clearly his favorite cheese is fizzy. Oh my god, could you imagine? That's what business emails are for, exactly. If any of you guys have a serious business inquiry, I have business.demeist@gmail.com. Feel free to shoot it there. But, again, fundamentally different. Okay. You need to go found a company. Don't even josh with me. Okay. 1 second. Okay. That is literally everything on the agenda that I could have possibly talked about. So... we gotta bring the shadows. No, stop. And in bringing the shadows... we gotta bring them with our beautiful, beautiful boy. It's me! Alright. War Crimes Incorporated will never die. True. Oh, Clary, I'm so sorry. We actually... you know what? So we did watch the trailer last time. Weird that Twitch chat is not behaving on here. So we did do the trailer last time. So I have already been exposed to some of the developments. If you'd like, we can rewatch the trailer in the game where I won't pause. But we did see it last Friday, sorry. Is the Rising Stones instanced, or did you just miss me in there? It is instanced, unfortunately, Fluffbot. Yeah. I'm down to rewatch the trailer so that way we can go over what is supposedly happening. But yeah, there is... I'm confused and a little perplexed. Watch the cinematic in-game one, not the reveal trailer. Oh! Should we watch the reveal trailer? Is that something that we're feeling? Also, what the absolute heck, Stream Elements? You were working on the other chat. Why aren't you working here, bestie? Okay. I'll have to figure that out later. No, don't watch the reveal trailer. Okay. I'm too switched on to watch the other one? Okay. It will spoil things too much. I'm getting conflicting reports. It does have spoilers? Okay. Then, for right now, we're gonna go ahead and go without it. Although, I will say... the cinematic trailer already revealed that Minfilia is coming back, among other things, so... I mean, how much can I guess... miss? So yeah. Cinematic has some teaser bits, the in-game ones. Fair enough. Alright. Let's go ahead and rock and roll. But the teaser trailer spoils way too much. Okay. It ain't that spoilery. Okay. We're gonna do a very fast poll. because I am, as ever, the spirit of democracy. What is it? Teaser trailer? Or reveal trailer? Reveal trailer. Yes. No. Because people are very invested in this. Oh no, I forgot to change the time! Oh wait, no. The time is maximum. So I guess I'll just go once we have, let's say, 10 votes, because I'm not too expectant on democracy here. Wife, Knock, and you made some hard decisions that will likely lead to you guys changing living situation, such that you can stream again in a couple of months. Streaming again is good. Life-changing decisions also hopefully good, depending on the situation. But yeah. It spoils where you're going and a reveal for the plot later, one that will blow your mind. But like, it's not necessarily an enjoyable way, because you want to have felt you earned getting. Totally valid claim. Just getting a quick temp game. Cass might be buying a house? Congratulations on that, Cass. What the heck? Just rewatch the one they play in game, soak in the vibes, and let all the hype wash over you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks like overwhelmingly we've got a no on this one. I'm sorry, Clary. If it's of any consolation, we can definitely do the reveal trailer after all of the spoilery stuff has gone over in the game, but that might be a different situation. Sorry. Okay. But for right now, focusing like a laser beam. We gotta turn in the last quest from Shadowbringers. I knew you'd be alright. That's not the voice I gave to Tara before. Boston. And to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. This is not it. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Coenach's Find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. Scion Traveler's attire. Sure. Oh, and this is real Xenos in Resistance Soldier's body. At least that's my current speculation. That has not been confirmed.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Okay. No, Xenos is not an Ascian as far as we can tell.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Sure. We did learn about the resonance stuff with Pratt. Yep. Oh, that empire founded by an Ascian Xenos? Yeah, Cass. Be smug in it while you can. Oh shoot, I forgot to change the category. We'll do it in a sec. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. No, that's okay. I don't think I want to sow any seeds of darkness. Thank you, Ender Friend. And what is that supposed to mean, Raven? Okay. Also, let me very quickly change the audio so it still plays when it's not my active window. Okay. And we also haven't spoken to any of our new Scion friends. I am afraid there is no change in the Scion's condition, and the means to wake them from their slumber yet eludes us. I pray this beacon at the Crystal Tower might guide us to an answer. Listen. Grandfather doubts his ability to contribute to the Scions, and try as I might, I cannot assuage his doubts. Would that Home was here, he would know what to say. Everyone labors tirelessly to fulfill the Scion's duties in their absence, and yet I sometimes wonder what worth yet remains in these old bones of mine. Isildur, please do not actually say that's a real death flag, because I'm weirdly attached to grumpy old Temple Knight. I thought things couldn't get any worse when the Garleans were gearing up for war. Then word reached me the Scions were in trouble. We need to find that beacon and find it quick. Our brothers and sisters are fallen, 'tis true, but duty will not afford us time to wallow in misery. Until they are returned to us, we must work twice as hard. My brother says he will work twice as hard in the Scion's stead, which likely means I must work thrice as hard if I am to match his pace. Aww. In light of the present condition of the Scions, even Riol has returned from a field. Never has there been a greater need to marshal our resources. Okay. This vaguely has Crystal Brave energy, but I never realized just how critical a role the Archons played in all that we do here. It won't be easy to make up for their absence. You needn't worry about the Scions. Aker, my sister, and I have been keeping over them in shifts ever since they arrived at the Rising Stones. If only they would give us some sign of stern. Okay. Oh, also, wait. I want to put on the Traveler's attire. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, is the Traveler's attire actually good? Hold on. Oh god, my inventory. Oh boy. Oh, woof. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Anyways. No. Sure. Oh, no, it's not any good. It looks unique. You don't like the hood, though? Clear out row 3 of my 3rd bag. A palladium ingot, stone gold nugget, stone gold ingot, Garlean steel plate, adamantine rivets. You're crazy, Fazula. I would never. I just want to very quickly see what it looks like. If it is glam stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They really were saying this is the one where you're the edgiest boy, huh? Wow. Yeah? Is this the look for Shadowbringers? Holy moly! Wow! I mean, I really like the boots and the gloves. Yeah? What is going on? Is that my face? No, that's just like a white affectation underneath the mask. Okay. Peeps likes the Traveler outfit. It's super edgy. Hell yeah. There's some lore tied to this, but you ain't getting it for a long time. Oofa doofa. Alright, yeah. I could definitely see parts of this being good. But this ain't what I'm wearing today, besties. Okay. Also, God, I have started using besties way too much. Okay. Buckle in. Get yourself a drink. We're doing Shadowbringers. Embrace the edge. You can also dye it. Oh, wait. A whole new world. The Syracuse Trench. Tataru is itching to share what appears to be good news. Good news, Elish. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. Good news, everyone. Tataru, probably. You'll donate a high five if I wear it? I have to go change out one of my glam plates. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and Sons not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. I know. Then we'd better go and give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious... The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Tataru, the beacon is gonna be like a rock, right? And we're gonna pick the rock up and we're gonna use it to like triangulate the location of Crystal Boy, right? Right, Tataru? Has anyone moved around? Oh, there might be new NPC dialogue. Pearl, is that you? The others have left to search for the beacon. Weren't you joining them? He's a Femi. Okay, my bad. So where was it you think you're going? Evilise, right? Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to Dalmasca. I pray this beacon you spoke of leads you to the others. Gods, where could they be? Okay. In the absence of the others, we must manage the affairs of the Rising Stones to the best of our ability. Would that we could do more. Alright. I'm holding the fort. Someone needs to keep an eye out on the Empire after all. It is funny that the Scions don't have a standing army, but we have so many named NPCs. Tataru isn't strapped enough to be Pearls. Yeah, also, if we were doing Pearl's voice, I'd be doing a lot more ooh-woo stuff. Oh, wait, is the Syracuse Trench a dungeon? Wait, hold on. Are we immediately kicking this off with the dungeon? Oh boy. Okay. Before you finish this quest, can you give me my 2-minute hypothesis synopsis? Yeah. That mount right there is good immersion. I still am not the world's biggest fan of the Chocobos, but I like Gallant, so, you know. Okay. 2 minutes? Listen! Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Wait. So what is this? Oh, this is Keeper of the Lake. Okay, so it's not a dungeon. I was very confused. Yep. Take me across. Elish, the search continues, but I have no doubt we'll find this beacon of yours. The Ironworks is out in force. Master Garland's orders. Cool. The Archons need our help. Next to that, even matters of the heart don't seem to matter. Aww. Also, I don't think it's matters of your heart that you've been listening to, Aenor. I've detected no slavering beasts in the vicinity, my sister excepted. Nice, good bit. That towering edifice is the outer wall of the Crystal Tower's foundation. The Labyrinth of the Ancients, to be precise. No, please, not again. The air here weighs heavily on me. 'Tis little wonder, I suppose, when standing in the shadow of such an imposing structure. Okay. Hype increasing exponentially. What's happening? Y'all have never been this amped before. Also, good to see you, Frog's Diary. I'll show you a towering edifice. Nice. Okay, also, my hypothesis for what goes on in Shadowbringers, which I'm feeling increasingly surprised about, was just like us going through fighting Garlemald. Like, just like us going through and like doing more of like, I guess, what Stormblood was. So, and that's me super summarizing, but yeah. So
Look how many people there are.
I'm never going to be able to get your voice right, Tataru, so I'm just giving you a terrible
Shall we get to
one.
it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Sure, that sounds sensible.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aww.
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not
Oh, I still
being
haven't
here.
done Omega stuff yet.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Did they abandon the Wedge Tataru romance bit?
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Ah, yes.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol?
That was what my thought
Counterfeiters?
was.
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Lala Panic is a good emote, but okay, cool.
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Hey, Presna.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Yeah, wait. I thought they were being literal about opening the gates to the Crystal Tower.
For showing me the dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me.
No, Horshaban!
Slave to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight.
Away with you!
Your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
So that's Ardbert, the Warrior of Darkness from Heaven's One Post. And this is going to be Minfilia?
Your
Or-
time has not yet come.
Voice of the Mother. Okay. Cool. What do you mean? As in, like, my time has not yet come for me to die? So this is going to be Ardbert, obviously, because he's the Warrior of Darkness. But Minfilia went back with the Warrior of Darkness to help stem the tide of light or whatever. Hey, DT. Again, I'm super sorry for not shouting out your follow yesterday. As you can tell by my Twitch chat and Stream Elements not working, Stream Elements and I have been in a tussle. But it's good to see you again. All will be explained in a
From
couple of
endless
months.
dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Oh shit! Those are the guys who took us to the starting 3 cities in the very beginning
Where
of
to meet someone
A Realm
out here is
Reborn.
not a peddler himself. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
This time of night? Yeah. But what do you mean, this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
But this is great. If it's not dark at night, twice the productivity. Also, hey, little Brian.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it.
So is this the Astral Sea?
Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
What? I would absolutely take some wine right now.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around.
So are we actually in physical space? And if so...
Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
What is happening? Also, very quickly, drink with Irish Granddad, absolutely. I can never get the brogue down right. The last final that DT played was the 13th, and then the next 2 stories. Yeah, 14 is like one of the only games I have really gotten invested in. I know a little bit about 15, obviously everyone knows a ton about 7. But yeah, 14 is my first sort of real one. Darker Bringers Peepo Batman. I mean, okay, first of all, I like lavender, so I do like the vibe. But I'm... So, okay. So there's 2 possibilities, right? Possibility number 1 is that we are in... Oh. I can't... Mount unavailable in this location? So possibility number 1 is that... Well, no, we can't have traveled in our bodies. Because every time the Scions were called, Their bodies just fell over. So we're not in our body. Whose body are we in? RP walk? Don't test me. You cried when you got here? No shame. I'm so confused. Jumping the gun? Okay.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
Oh my god, I am never gonna get your accent right.
This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Sure, bestie.
From where do you hail?
I did choose Ul'dah as my starting city. I wish Ishgard was an option here. The source? Oh! Do I mean the Prime? Wait. The source?
The source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
No!
Everything all right, Captain?
This motherfucker!
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more.
Crystal Exarch my ass.
But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known.
If this has happened before, why are you giving me
Very
the 10th
well.
degree?
I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Yeah, I got a couple, bestie. I do like the juxtaposition of the wooden palisades
Right
against
then.
the sea.
Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Okay, hold on. But there's life here still. Ardbert made it sound like the light was snuffing out all life. Also, they called that thing a Sin Eater, which I presume is to be a direct opposite of a Voidbringer? Also, who are you? And I have a sneaking suspicion I do know who you are already. But, okay. Also, Evilise, was it? Yeah, right? I guess we're not in Dalmasca, huh? I mean, there's only one person we know who is in the Crystal Tower, and unfortunately, that one is one that I was not able to avoid being spoiled because it was everywhere, so yeah. And I think I know. If I'm wrong, I would have egg all over my face, so I'm not gonna say it yet. But, are the other Scions here, or do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? That one is, like, talking down to him, so I'm not gonna do that one. Are the other Scions here? Alright. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
Are we going to be able to get back to the Prime?
It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the First, you would bring salvation to the Source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Okay. Yeah, for sure, DT. I mean, I do think the Crystarium looks hella cool.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion.
It's kind of got that like 1930s Art Deco
Each stone
vibe.
was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
nor rant the Crystarium. Okay. Feels like a lot's going on here. Aww. What the heck? Oh, guys. Y'all a bunch of dweebs. I really appreciate this. So obviously, these are the FC. What the heck? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Also, how can any of you guys be here? I'll take it. Thank you. Wait. Also, okay, first of all, just thank you guys for being here. Second of all, wait, but also, how can we be here? How can we go back and forth? Also, Fluffy wearing the Shadowbringers glam. This is a lot, hey? Welcome to the real part of the game. Okay. Thank you guys. This was very sweet. I really appreciate this. Dorks. Okay. I'm gonna go turn in the actual quest. Y'all a bunch of dweebs. Y'all a bunch of dweebs, and I really appreciate this. I gotta go actually turn in the quest, but this is really nice. Okay. What the heck? Okay, sorry. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Also, your entire FC. I guess they can also travel between worlds. Which, I mean, obviously you guys can because of the Warrior of Light. But, like, also, I have other questions. White Oak Weapon Coffer. Okay. The City of the First. The Crystal Exarch has a request for you. I'm like, I don't know if you guys can hear the waver in my voice. Like, I'm actually really touched. That was super sweet, you guys. I don't know what to say. That was really nice. Okay. Those coffers give items of the class you are on when you use them. Oops. Now a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. Oh, okay. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp on the situation here. Plain! Welcome to Shadowbringers. Thank you. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. We don't know what happened to his arm, but I have to assume it has something to do with what's happening everywhere else around. It's been transformed into crystal, maybe? As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetherite, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. Is our unconscious body back on the Prime, or the source? Or did we physically, materially come here? I don't, because I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. Yeah, I mean, I've made that mistake before. After you have done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman. Excuse me, Catalyst, one of the people I should like you to meet. Gotta head to tabletop. Yeah, we'll catch you around, Ender Friend. Thank you. Another is Morin. To reach him and his Cabinet of Curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. God, they really given me a walkthrough of the city, huh? The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi. No, I'm thinking Boggy. Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. If I say to the right and down the where now, will he actually repeat it? You know what? We're just gonna find out. My apologies. I forget how confusing the Crystarium can be for newcomers. Not to worry, I'm sure you'll soon become accustomed to its twists and turns. Hell yeah. In all honesty, the true challenge may be finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. But you've explained it to them, right? That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. So the Crystal Exarch is not from the First. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Okay. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then... Damn. Hello? Y'all are silly. Go do the rest of your things. Don't be ridiculous. I appreciate you guys all hanging out. Okay. Attune to the Aetheryte. Do everything else. Ellen! Dork. Oh, I did kind of want to go through as Sage. Which is going to be a time. Oh no, I don't have my good Sage Blame anymore. Okay, we're just going to keep rocking and rolling. Thanks, guys. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of aether. Your connection to these energies is faint, but stable, and should allow teleportation to aetherites in the source. Buck wild. Okay. Well, I guess let's go up the stairs and to the left first. This is ridiculous. Like, okay. How could this structure have been erected during them being constantly harried by the Sin Eaters? Like, I was led to believe that the First was like a desolate wasteland. I thought the First was going to look more like the Burn than it looks like here. God damn it. Erected quit. Like, I mean, obviously this is this is, as they've explained, sort of like one of the only settlements around. So obviously it should feel full. But like, what? Oh, love nets? Oh no! What does he say? You dabble in trades? Could have fooled me, are you sure? Alright. Okay. Wait. Haven't I seen you around before? Okay. Thank you. It'll be explained? Okay. Oh, a high concentration of orange names I'm noticing. Shadowbringers does a good job of explaining everything thoroughly, from world to lore to NPCs. Okay. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. Oh no, you're in Elizin. God. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking. Interesting to note. The Jupes are now my city guides? Hell yeah. So it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Oh no! Does that mean, Geroit isn't here? Are we going to see NPCs with similar names? Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate, like those Yulmoran layabouts. Yulmoran? Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? Time to get Baby Knock ready for bed. Best of luck to you, Kishnock and Baby Knock. Hope they have a good one. One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. We've got case precedent for this. Ishgard had erected 4 magical barriers to keep out the Dravanian hordes. This makes sense, sure. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magics summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air, but the Crystal Tower was made... Hold on. Does the first not have the Allegan Empire? Well, how far back does the first diverge from the timeline? Is the first called the first because it's the first calamity? Which I guess would make sense for why there isn't an Allegan Empire? Is there an Allegan Empire here? The entire burn has a force field protecting dome. Exactly, true. We've got another case precedent. But that's based off of Allegan technology. And that's not based off of magic. Which I'm assuming the Crystal Exarch is doing it by magic? It's a parallel world, so... Okay, alright. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. Why aren't you inside the Crystal Tower, though? Because we know the inside of the Crystal Tower is massive. And that's how the Crystarium began. After the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, cool, perfect, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. I mean, you know. The city's stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. We did break in and kill all those clones. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I should have probably said privacy there, huh? I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've aught to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catless, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mead. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. So, are we getting a little bit of a steampunk vibe, then? Your exchange with Catless has taught you about life in the Crystarium. Soju. Hello there. I'd like to place my portable hole item into the bag of holding. Ridiculous. We are in another plane. I'm so sure that this is an astral projection of us, though. Like, it's so wild. Dork. Okay. Are y'all pretending to be NPCs? I know your names. Zalo, I'm looking directly at you. Okay. Do we go down? Can we go down this? Azara. No, okay. So we can jump off here? No! Are they gonna make me walk around? Okay. I'm using the Aetherite. Where is it? Okay. My immersion. Listen. I do like the Crystarium's, like, the guard's outfit. It's weirdly asynchronous with everything else. Everything else has, like, a very modern energy to it. But the Crystarium's outfits are actually, like, fairly medieval. Like, they've got nice shoulder pauldrons. I like sort of the like, cloak they've got going on. The Trivium. Okay. God. This place is so weirdly modern and also very gorgeous. I'm into it. I'm gonna do a very quick backtrack and then I'll keep going. I'm sorry. You can't tell me this isn't... Like, what... So, okay. So above, obviously we have trees that only have sort of those purple leaves. So is it that this area is producing food, or is this a leisure area? Like, because I would look at this and my first thought is like greenhouse, like place to vibe. This cannot be the source of all of the food within the city, surely. Well, again, as you guys mentioned, I'm quick to jump the gun. Let's go talk to Morin in the Cabinet of Curiosities. Explore the city more! Okay, okay. I am instantly vibing with this library. Also, is this... Okay, interesting. There's so many NPCs in here. There's so many books in here. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to our city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even. A scrap of scribbled-on parchment. Yeah, dude, I've got a ton of things in my inventory. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosities. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. He figured out why we wanted him to clear out the inventory. Gigs up. No, all the books! As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do what we all can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Do you have the words of Hellenic wisdom? Oh ho, so you've an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. If Morin was not so enthusiastic, I would be assuming that Morin just called us, like, idiot-brained like a child. Which he might be. I don't know. I don't know enough about Morin. He's very enthusiastic. I like his energy. Also, it's hard not to like a good librarian. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair, make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson, then. Yeah, like, look at this dopey guy. I actually really like Morin. 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter. Okay, important to note, the 7th umbral, or the 6th astral calamity, I guess technically, occurred 5 to 7 years ago as of the timeline of Final Fantasy XIV modern day in the source. So, this implication, being 100 years ago, obviously doesn't line up with anything in our world. I'm about to love him. Villains known as the Warriors of Light. I'm sorry, what? Villains known as the Warriors of Light. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Morin. What did you say? 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadow Keeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed... Hold on. I think light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. Morin, I'm just saying, I'm noticing that you've only got one moon, and Dalamud used to be the second moon. Anyways, this is not the point. Sorry, what did you say about the Warriors of Light being the villains? We called this calamity the Flood of Light. That sounds kind of okay to me, actually, Morin. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor. Okay, maybe not that good. Leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Okay. Alright, that doesn't sound that awesome. But I think maybe there's a misunderstanding here or something, perhaps. Yet when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. Yeah, I know. Ardbert, the Warrior of Darkness. The Oracle of Light, right? And we know that's Minfilia, who is also the voice of the Mother. A luminous wasteland. Sounds like the burn. Listen! The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Okay, so Minfilia did actually do what she said. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone spared the fate of erasure. I see. Okay. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvrant's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. Okay, very quick sidebar, and I only know this because of an anthropology course I took in college. Sin Eaters, or something very similar to, were a very specific role within certain indigenous cultures to Africa, if I remember correctly. And depending on the tribe or the situation, they engaged in literal cannibalism. And they did that in part because they believed that they were going to be able to consume and sort of disperse the sin of the tribe. So if someone had committed a truly egregious crime, right, that was sort of their version of atoning for it. Like, this is a real world thing. Which begs the question... Don't you smile at me! Ugh. Grumble, grumble, grumble. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. That teaser trailer, you'd already know most of the plot, I see. What question does that beg, though? Okay, so, here's the thing. I love a villain who is completely committed to the wrong course. Warfare Overseers from Dishonored, I have mixed bag feelings on the, whatchamacallums, the magistrates from, that's not what they're called, the Divinity Original Sins 2 people. But do the Sin Eaters think that they're actually doing a good thing, or do they know that they're the villains? Is that title, because again, obviously the Sin Eaters to a certain extent feel like the opposite of the Void Sent, right? I mean, let's ignore like any other example that we can use. They're just obviously motif-wise the opposite of the Void Sent. And the Sin Eaters, in this instance, are being given sort of almost the exact same villainous sort of aura, or whatever you want to call it, as the Void Sent are. So, are the Void Sent in the Prime, the Source, is that indicative of there being too much darkness specifically in the Source? Are both of these things... Because, like, my impression was that the first was to light... What the void is to darkness. But obviously, the Sin Eaters and the light have to be coming from somewhere else. They can't be coming from the first, surely. You ask so many questions and look into things so deeply. Not that you're right, but the trailer would give answers. Okay. Or, if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Oh, Morin, I am absolutely going to come and vibe with you more, dude. If you've got more lore stories, I'm here for it, bestie. Hello, yes, I'm looking for a book on helping a hoarder empty their inventory. How dare you? It's not hoarding, it's... Listen, Morin and I would get along great. Morin understands my need to preserve high-quality crafting materials. Okay. Morin is legit just a good bean. He gives me good bean energy. I'm gonna go grab that Temenos Rookery Aetheryte Relief House. And who is this dapper-dressed delight who's just hanging out here? Ridiculous. Thank you. Mormon has also learned that to hoard books, you need to have more inventory space. Suspicious. Is there an Aetheryte over here? Yeah, there's the Docile Gate, so I'm gonna grab that super fast. Oh, it's the Exarch. I probably should have actually come here later, huh? Well, hold on a second. Someone from Midgard Stormer, I see. Okay. Okay. We need to double back. And we need to grab this final quest. Which is, I instantly forgotten. Did he say ground level, or was this also up the stairs? This person is a Zamail, and I am contractually obligated to be angry with them because of Ishgard lore, but also that's not the point. We're here to do cool stuff in the Crystarium, which, jeez Louise, like, it is very gorgeous. Like, I don't know. Like, it is nice. It is very nice. Told you it was huge, yeah. It's much better than Ralger's Reach. No offense to Ralger's Reach, but at least in terms of, like, general vibe, like, I feel like it's open. It doesn't have that vibe. Like, whereas Ralger's Reach obviously had to be enclosed, the vibe was they're this underground resistance. The Crystarium feels quite open. The Crystarium feels more defiant. It's like, yeah, we're here, deal with it. Also, where is the Oracle of Light? Because the Oracle of Light stopped the Flood of Light, sure. Wait, yeah, no, hold on. Wait, yeah, hold on. She's called the Oracle of Light. So, obviously, the people here know that the Oracle of Light was on their side, so why do they call the Warriors of Lights the villains? It is very pretty. All will be answered. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Don't smile at me like that. I don't know what the voice actors for the Hrothgar sound. New to the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Things aren't as black and white. Things aren't as light and dark. Welcome, my name is Braggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They give the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. They speak normally. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for Humes such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Why are you calling me a Hume? Is that actually the correct term here? Is this a different term than on the source? There will always be someone to blow up the world. Fair enough. I'm sorry, did you say Humes? I'm actually a Hewer. Never mind. Game is doing it for me. Yeah. I'm actually a Hewer is kind of nothing, so... I'm sorry, did you say Humes? Aye, something wrong? God, please do not point at every human in this room and call them Humes. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume, like you. Okay, well. The taller one is an elf. Wait, they don't call them Elizin? They're just called elves now? That sturdy individual over there is a Galgent. I guess they're just called elves now. Whilst the one with horns is a Dran. Why are you doing this to me right now, Final Fantasy XIV? I have exhaustively gone over all of the fantasy races, all of their origins in the source. Why are you now giving me the same people with different histories? Then you see the large, scaly chaps with long necks and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. I mean, they're the Amalja, right? Surely. It's interesting that the Amalja have become a part of normal discourse. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now, I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. Oh yeah, Morin didn't even bother asking where we're from. Morin was just happy to see us. You don't get much farther flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. Is he referring to the other Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Did each one come in at a different matter of years, or did the Crystal Exarch do this multiple times? Because he referred to us as the greatest heroes. So did he pick and choose his best heroes through every era, or have some of the Scions been here longer than others? Translator fails? Maybe. Keep going. Raven. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Sure. Okay. Yeah? You two enjoying yourselves? Good to see you both. Okay, wait, no, there's an aetheryte shard here. I'm going to attune to it. It's a sign, yeah. We need Elish in a maid outfit. I only have the butler uniform. Which I have dyed green for no particular reason. Don't worry about it. Should I attune to all of the aetheryte shards before going on with the main quest? Will more MSQ bring me to them natively, or close enough? We are the crystal gems, we'll always save the day. And if you think we can't, we'll always find a way. Hell yeah, Synaptic. Is it green because of a noble house color from Ishgard? Ironically, I have decided that Morbol green is my house's color. And also House Halinart is the House of the Rose, but no, it's actually for an entirely unrelated thing, Plain. Okay. Barring something else being told to us, I'm actually just gonna keep going with MSQ, so... Listen, specifically with regards to Ishgard, I'm much fuzzier on Alamigo and other things, obviously. But yeah. Okay, let's keep rocking and rolling. I am a butler now. Hell yeah. Battle butler. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Azara. Oh. I guess I got pieces of paper. Oh no, I can't. Okay, hell yeah. Dorks. An account of how the Exarch summoned the Crystal Tower and the city built by the refugees who sheltered there. Anya, don't make a mess. An account of how the Warrior of Light caused the flood, which later led to the appearance of the Sin Eaters. Right, this is the thing. Just a paladin casually walking in the background. The Warrior of Light here must have been guided by Heidelin. Surely. Right? Oh yes, Alamigo, that well-known Hume city. Listen. An account of how the races of the Source are known by different names in the first. Sure. Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the Source, transported to the First in its entirety. How, though? Hey, bud? How, though? Are you saying that it is now exclusively in the first, or are you saying that it is simultaneously in the first and in the source? Hey, bud, please be more precise in your language. He'll tell me. If you right-click on the item request box for each item, it lets you easily give items. Fair enough, Raven. He'll tell me. Sorry, I'm a very impatient person. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. Listen. Hey, Exarch, be more constructive with your feedback, yo. Listen. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from... Oh my god, wait. Wait. Did the Crystal Tower appear during the 7th Umbral era? And that was what the MSQ was, because the tower just reappeared. Is that right? Sorry. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. So the tower reappearing had nothing to do with the Cloud of Darkness and the eventual fulfillment of the promise. Wait, but Doma and Unai, were they... Wait. I don't remember anything about the Crystal Tower, I'm gonna be real. I just went through it so blasé, and now I'm wishing I paid more attention. Oh my god. Could it have been from before then? Did it? Because the thing is, it would have had to be between the 5th Astral era and the 6th Umbral era. Because before that, the Allegan Empire was still around. And the Allegan Empire wouldn't have just been like, oh cool, our tower disappeared. So it would have had to have been during that specific period where the Allegan Empire fell. Actually, you don't know. It was so long ago. No, it was buried and unearthed when Dalamud fell. Okay. Would it? Listen. Travelers of Norvrend. The Crystal Exarch is finally ready to discuss the matter of your comrade's whereabouts. Cool. You think Shadowbringers is why the Crystal Tower raid became mandatory for MSQ? It is? Okay. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explain what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my own quarters, however. I must go on ahead of the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. The tower gate lies open, then. Throw wide the gates. Question. Just like that, then Grahatia is... Just like that, then Grahatia is... No! What? I am not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? Okay, hold on. Like, he's obviously crystallizing. There are parts of him that could have, like... I assumed he was Grahatia. An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care, because Grahatia went in at the start of the 7th Astral Era, so when he pulled the tower, it would have been before then, we assume. Well, you know what they say about assumptions. They're always accurate and have no consequences, and you should keep making them. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present. Yeah, it's a you make an ass out of you and me. Okay. Okay, I like everything about your outfit, except for your dopey helm, dude. Gauntlets, greaves, tabard, into it. Helm? Get yourself a better-looking helmet. Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within. Yeah, sure. Time to travel, or alien. We have not considered the possibility of other stars entirely, that's true. Rumors that aren't 100% factual? Not in my JRPG. Yeah, no, of course, Fluffbot. Thank you for hanging out.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
You can't tell me that's not a Mikote. That's the bottom half of a Mikote face. It's gotta be. Also, yeah, Fluffbot, thank you again so much for all of the modding that you and all of the other mods do and for hanging out. We'll catch you around, my friend. I hope that headache goes away.
I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Why? Why would it cause more distress than the flood of light?
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source.
All day.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
Okay.
That
so it's not
said,
consistent.
We seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
Sure. Uh-huh.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year.
So how old does that put everyone?
My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete.
Okay.
Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
So we are actually
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Interesting. Okay, sure. Then find a way to send them back. If I have to believe that the Crystal Exarch is a good person, which I am currently obligated to believe based off of case precedents, he's been already looking. What have they been doing all this time? Oh, of course. They've got an old soul.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction.
Hey, Bubbly.
Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
We're losing our goddamn minds.
Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
He is working very hard for it, right? Wasn't there something about Grahatia not remembering all of the facts of his Allegan heritage? Hope all is well. It's been a long day. Honestly, things have been pretty good on our side. We've gotten into Shadowbringers, which has just really full-throated itself at us as, frankly, so incredibly distinct, so incredibly beautiful, in a plotline that I never would have expected in a million years. I'm very worried about what the Garlean Empire is doing. We found out it was founded by an Ascian and then just left, but I'm vibing. And also, we've just been having a good time. It was nice. Kishnok. For the moment. Allegans are pretty ancient. Yeah.
Excellent. You will not regret this.
And also, we're still not...
We shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Oh, also, I missed this earlier. The Crystal Exarch's voice is very good. It's not Amaric level, but I could listen to him talk for a while. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have also been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants. When he says boasts a number of residential districts, is there housing here? You're in for quite a bit of monologue. Oh boy. Which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to our wares. Come along. No player housing. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously I love Ishgard, but Ishgard does give you that, like, seasonal mood disorder vibe of it being, like, super winter. Whereas, despite this place being flooded with light, it still has somehow more color than the Imperium, so, you know. Not yet. Oh? At actual night? Okay, okay, okay. You sell absolutely You'd sell absolutely everything you own in game if the Crystarium becomes player housing. That's fair.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. Aught you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Universal music has a weird energy for your place, but okay.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
That's a Mikote. You cannot convince me I'm wrong
Each
on this
nation
one.
once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice.
Sure.
From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Oh, are those supposed to be tombstones?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. A Van Kerm Sin?
Oh, that was cute.
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift?
Okay.
How wonderfully exciting!
I am much more on board
Brave
with
and
this
reckless
voice.
and marvelous thing you did. You've the heart of a pixie, you do.
This voice, much better without the echo
Careful
effect.
consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Still not
Answer me this,
sure how I
traveler.
feel about
Did
this.
your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass.
Okay. Guatu guy saying
From
it sounds more
this
cringe
moment
this way.
forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
And this is different than temporary.
Raise your hand.
What are we doing? But I'm not a summoner. Cool, sure.
'Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
So you guys are all throughout the source
to your
already?
friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Meet your new retainer. Oh my god, could you imagine? Oh look, a ginger fairy. Technically she introduced herself as a pixie, and we do already have the sylphs, so I'm inclined to believe that the distinctions in Final Fantasy XIV are quite substantive. Tataru's probably in the Rising Stones with everybody, whereas Cryo might be out in the field, so yeah, send the message to Tataru.
Consider it done.
Wait. They are actually our retainer here? So if I go to a summoning bell, does she show up?
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
No, there's no way. It's got a certain tenor to it. As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, marker boards, and summoning bells while in the first. Okay. Buck freaking wild. Now there's a good-looking adventurer, if ever I've seen one. Uh-huh. Do they have good ciders here at the Crystarium? Okay, so that's nothing below me. Where am I going? Uh-huh, what could possibly tell you that? Oh, also. Cool. So this is the inn, is it? Welcome to the Pendant, sir. You're here with the Exarch. I can't believe they just call the Elizin elves. Wait! There are no Lalafels here. He didn't introduce a single Lalafel. He introduced Amalja instead. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay to make use of as you see fit. They were wiped out because of their corruption. Can't trust a Lalafell. You were too short to be seen in the reflection. You got all of your challenging children at work asleep today, and the one who doesn't nap at all slept all nap time. Hell yeah, probably. Popoto soup is a common delicacy in the first. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Urge. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Also, he's wearing the, ruffled Bouvalier shirt, which I thought was actually from Ishgard, but it actually makes so much sense that it's from the first, based off of the general, fashion design. You read that as potato soup is a common delicacy, and you're like, hell yeah, it is. It is potato soup. It's just fantasy talk for it. A pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. Hell yeah. This is not my inn room. It's so much nicer than the Ishgardian inn room at the Forgotten Night. It's so nice. Okay. Is this Ardbert? Yeah, it's Ardbert. Sure.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
I got chills. Ardbert used to be the warrior of light here, so he's the one who in all of the texts is vilified as the villains who killed the Steward of Darkness. And I'm gonna be real with you, I did not care for Ardbert during the Heaven's Wards post content. But boy, oh boy, Ardbert. I'm really feeling for you now, bestie. And who are you? No, we know this guy.
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been?
Oh.
That was what I called myself in your world.
Oh no.
The warrior of darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back.
No, it was cool. It was cool. It made me think a lot of different theories, Ardbert. It was a cool name.
Recall my tale. It was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
Yeah, but you didn't know. He's got a really good voice actor.
We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source.
Oh no! He was about to say that thing about the Ardor.
I remember when we fell. Defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first.
Is this the first time we've heard the rejoining of Zodiark and Hydaelyn referred to as the Ardor? Because I don't think I've ever heard that term before, and I do like that we now have a name for it. You love Ardbert's voice actor, you love him. Yeah, he's so good. He's Gendry. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, Gendry deserved better. Anyways, okay. Let's keep rocking and rolling.
The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away. Leaving me to bear witness.
The Ardor is not the rejoining of Zodiark and Minfilia, Raven? And then, do we love him, though? I hated him a lot more in Heaven's Ward Post, because it was much easier. I, so far, have no reason to dislike him. He just seems like a guy who is trying his best. Especially if his Warrior of Light trajectory was anything similar to ours. Although, there is a very real case to be made now that his Warrior of Light trajectory wasn't. Which I have plenty of questions for. Because if Ardbert was the Warrior of Light in the first, presumably he was listening to Hydaelyn's call. He was very angry at Hydaelyn during the Heaven's Ward post contact. So are we to believe maybe he just misinterpreted what Hydaelyn was saying? Did Hydaelyn want what was happening here to happen in the first place? Is Hydaelyn fallible? Questions. Sure. It's a different name for a rejoining. Okay.
Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
We do know that he was listening to the Ascians when he returned to the Source as the Warrior of Darkness. My question is, when he was the Warrior of Light on the first, who was he listening to then? Because my presumption is he was listening to Hydaelyn. But if he was also listening to the Ascians then, the Ascians have really stepped up their persuasion game. Because so far, if an Ascian came up to me and asked to borrow my cell phone on the street, I would tell him to fuck off. I think they said it was like a century, right? 100 years?
100 years.
Sorry, Ardbert.
100 long years.
If you want to have a Patrick Swayze ghost scene with me, I'd be down.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
Fair enough, peeps.
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
I'm here to finish what you started, bestie. I'm here to make sure the world is engulfed in light and absolutely destroyed. I mean, save it, and whatever. Because we hate the light now.
You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured.
Okay.
If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end.
Okay, sorry, really fast. What do we think the over-under is on this not actually being Ardbert? What do we think the over-under is on this being sort of a primal situation? Like Ysael and Shiva, or the knights and the saints that they were invoking. What are the chances that this isn't actually Ardbert, but our sort of remembrance of Ardbert and us trying to rationalize it in that context? I think it's quite unlikely. I think it's far more likely this is Ardbert, but there is a world in which they're like, Ardbert was never there, and then I'd be like, okay, I can accept this. It's definitely King Moogelmog. Listen, Pity Squid. Also, hey.
Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Don't... I don't like that thing that you are saying right there. Let him talk. I know, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try and be better about it. I'm gonna try. Okay. Why am I wearing bowling shoes? They're just the shoes that come with the butler outfit! Wah. Why am I being bullied? Wah. Also, someone had informed me about Eureka, so I do want to do Eureka at some point in time. Yeah? Oh, I see. You're also one of the Crystarium guards. Of course, forgive me. I didn't mean to distract you, Helena. Master Elish, the Exarch awaits you within. Oh, wait, okay. I'm gonna get razzmatazed about my outfit, so give me a sec. I don't know that I have a better outfit, actually. How much do you like suffering to go into Eureka? I don't know. Quite the extravagant outfit. First time in the Crystarium. Yes. It is, in fact, my first time here. It has been, it's been an experience, to say the least. Did you see a shiny gold shirt? You can only see more of that at 07 Nights, another venue. You're not the first, you won't be the last. Have a good day, then. Stagger. Alright, let's go. Eureka is fun, good story too. Okay. We might do that during the week sometime. We'll save that one in our back pocket. Portal to the source? Wait. Does it take us... Hold on. Where do we come out if we go here? You know what? I'm sure this will just be... I just gotta be patient. And follow the MSQ, and not try and do things out of order. Okay, fine. My wardrobe is whack. No, it's fine and normal!
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest?
Yeah, they're really nice, actually. Upsettingly nice. Yeah. Let's tell him about the thing. I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know.
You're not gonna just let it lie there.
Let us return to the subject of the Scions wearing.
No, hold on. You literally said when you summoned the Scions at first, you only summoned their hair in spirit. We're not gonna let this just lie there, right? Oh, okay.
This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
Interesting.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmek. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Which looks a little bit like the city of Ishtar.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
Which is Lanaska.
For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armarang.
Which is...
They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters.
So Norvrand is just another word for Eorzea.
Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Okay, sure.
So, will it be Calicia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
Oh.
Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion.
Who we know
and
to be
is presently
Minfilia,
engaged
apparently.
as a wandering hunter of sin eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Okay, hold on. Okay, this is buck wild. So obviously this is where Alamigo is, because that's the area that would have connected Aldenard with the that's the area that would have connected Eorzea with the rest of the Aldenard continent. And Mordona is in the center, just like Norvrant is in this situation. That's so wild. They're identical? Is that right? So Dravania has been taken out by or parts of Dravania have been taken out. What about the dragons? Are there no Dravanian hordes in the first? Close to identical, pretty much. So this is buck wild. Oh, also, okay. This is going to be the fastest discourse I am ever going to do on this, because I don't want to get into moral philosophizing and all of that jazz. To me, one of the areas where we're going to get into a little bit of distinction in this is light and darkness being shorthand for good and evil. So, obviously, in the modern conceptualization of religions and faith and whatnot, there is a supreme being that determines what is good or bad, and that supreme being is sort of intrinsically able to do that, and the human conscience is imparted or implied to be a way to determine what is good or bad in accordance with that thing. I am trying to go as vague as I possibly can. So, the world in which that I have been sort of inhabiting when I'm doing the whole paladin yeehaw religion thing is in part that Hydaelyn is good and that Zodiark is bad. Obviously, Final Fantasy XIV, being a game that is in the 21st century, refuses to conform to a very nice and simple narrative, and instead says, everyone is more complicated, no one is perfect, there is no absolute moral center. So, in the real world, I personally prescribe to a school of thought which is both absurdism and existentialism, which makes, again, just sort of pick what your own righteousness is. I still like angelic iconography. I'm still going to be constantly at odds with this. Yes, I know there are plenty of pieces of Japanese media that make angels the bad guys and does it very easily. I still think the angels in Overlord should have been able to take down some of the bad guys. I am done having this conversation. I just wanted to have a really fast one, so we're done. It's not a total 1-to-1 ratio. Okay. Well, you have to ask the question you asked a bit ago. When did the first and source diverge? Just how long ago was that? Yeah. Because, again, it feels like the people of the first don't know about my brain just turned off. It feels like the people of the first don't know about the Allegan Empire. Also, okay, very fast. So we've been going on for 3 hours. I don't feel like I need to take a break, but I am still going to force myself to take a very short break. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and go. I forgot to turn on ads since yesterday, so there shouldn't be any ads for anybody. I am going to run a poll, because I'm still incapable of deciding, and it's not actually this. We're going to do both. But the poll that I'm going to be running is, do we keep doing MSQs just on Fridays like I've been doing in the past, Or do you guys want to see more back-to-back Shadowbringers content? I actually obviously want to go through more MSQ, but me doing it on Friday specifically was to make sure that people who were able to see it in the past are able to continue doing so. So, no right answers. Do whatever you guys feel best. When we return, we're obviously going to be helping people out, but I just want to know if you guys have a preference between back-to-back or still just doing it on Fridays. Also, thanks for being here, nerds. It's been wild, and I'm loving it. Okay, see you all very soon.
Three hours before daylight gives up on me. 3 hours of this endless disjoint to see before the stars above and new crucify me. The desert crawls beneath my seat. Green sprawling life floating cool deep. On this land subdued, it seems to have no need for sleep. 3 hours before daylight gives up on me. 3 hours of this endless disjoint to see before the stars above threaten to crucify me. Before the stars above threaten to crucify me. Although the road may end, divert and stray, I can't escape this clay. Take my bones to the calciums and cast the rest away. If no tree can stand, watch on as a man. The wheels move fast, but they can't keep pace. Horizon taunts me, floods with space. Though I'm the tallest here, I seem humbled out of place. 3 hours before daylight gives up on me. 3 hours of this endless disjoint to see before the stars above threaten to crucify me. Before the stars above threaten to crucify me. Although the road may end, divert and stray, I can't escape this clay. Take my bone to the calciums and cast the rest away. If no tree can stand, watch on as a man. Watch on as a man. Watch on as a man. But do eternal as the flame gets all back here again. before daylight gets upon me. 3 hours of the sun is just true to see. Before the stars above threaten to crucify.
Never thought I'd grow up. Never thought they'd get in my head. I never thought I'd give up. Never thought I'd be what they said. Parented by the TV screen. Pop culture is all I've seen. Raised by Nick at Night and MTV now. Netflix is the only thing that keeps me company, 'cause when I'm alone, it's sitcoms that make me feel at home. And when I'm with you, it feels like an episode of Family Feud. Television sing me lullabies when I'm in bed. Television help me to get out of my own head. Television make me realize that I'm missing something realer than the TV screen. But that's where the news feed comes from. That's where the root speech runs from. That's where they go and tell us how we should live our lives. That's where the new creed comes from, where they always seem to need more funds, just to tell us it's not worth it for us to even try. I never thought I'd grow up, never thought I'd get in my head, I never thought I'd give up, never thought I'd be what they said. Never thought I'd be pondering life in the middle of Home Depot at night, thinking of the 90s in the back of my mind, how it used to be such a simpler time, waking up, watching Sunday morning cartoons, eating cereal with my color-changing spoon, chilling on the couch in pajamas past noon. Adulthood has come way too soon.
Rain falling harder now, belts the flowers, feeds the browse, still falling one by one, praised by others, loathed by some. Does what we stand for choose to ignore. Good intentions just repeating what's before. Trying to settle the score. Not blameless, hard to deny. Too many times my viewpoints fail to clarify. Mistook the stars mirrored in puddles for the sky, and I'm caught adrift. Caught in the great affair, my mind begins to shift. So don't get ahead of yourself. Blind faith in these waterways can run the ship aground, and I've tried turning things around, but something always pulls me under. 'Cause even when you're prepared, you are blindsided. And even when you think you're stable, you free fall. And even in the mirror, something staring unfamiliar with no resolution. What's wrong?
All right, and we're back. I don't know about MSQ Mondays. Maybe. It depends. But yeah, it looks like every day that we're streaming, I'm going to be streaming at least some of the Shadowbringers content, so the majority rules on that one. And also, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Kishnok. That's frustrating, but then again, there's a very obvious reason why. There is... I don't know. I know Gothmoth as a bit is saying that gamers are the most oppressed group, but there is definitely sort of a aura of disdain that a lot of people have. Although that's not always the case these days, but yeah. Alliterations are important for planning content. Not false, although I do... You know my feelings on alliterations. No, you were deadly serious. Oh. Well. Let's get back to the MSQ, huh? How far did you get in Genshin last night? Not too much farther. We just got to the break in story content where we had to go do Ayaka's and Yomiya's storylines to progress any further, but yeah. Alright. But yeah. Let's get into the gosh darn thing. We're going to go in search of Alphino and Alice. And whoever's name I see first spelled correctly in chat, that will be the first job that we do. The Crystal Exarch is eager for you to meet with Alphino. You will visit Alphino and Kalusha then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination... Damn, Alice. Alright, hold on. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction. Present it to Zem Genmai, the Master of Beasts, at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. I do like the rock riffs that they've got going on here. Yeah, or again, just... about it entirely. In search of Alice. The Crystal Exarch is eager for you to meet with Alice. Ready to depart for Areng? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. Maybe you can pass off cooking as your sole hobby? I mean, cooking is a good one. Especially... Well, okay, we won't get into that either. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Oh boy. Wow! Hey, you know? Nah, hey! Hobbies take all shapes and forms. Also, is that a titanium kite shield? Augmented crypt lurkers. Oh, it's the canopus. Excuse me. That Crystarium guard is so rude. What the heck? Okay, wait. So we're doing Alisays, which means we need to go to the Amaro launch. Which I don't think I did not attune to that one. So we'll go to... Or can we actually just get to it from the ground floor? I'm worried we can't, but maybe. Ballistics? Yo, you got Dragon Killer cannons in here? Uh-huh. Yeah, Clean? Yeah, and Guatu accurately summing up just how insane that is. Woofa doofa. Oh, I could have gotten to it from the ground floor. Am I in the wrong place? Ah! Whenever we pause and pontificate, we parentheses and parlay with perpetuity. I am gonna beat you up, Sabada. If you've come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Welcome to the labyrinth that Crystarium is. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, before I talk to you, I have to go... Huh. Yeah? Yeah, Aria? Good to see you. I just need to go talk to this Chocobo Porter. Looking to procure yourself an Amaro? Then I reckon you've come to the right place. 1 second, if you would, and there we have it. I've added you to our register. Pray come back when you're in need of a mount. Inventory police! My inventory's fine! Alright, quick, where's the Ethernet? Attune to it and go! The police are here. Go attune, hell yeah. Oh, oh no! The Crystarium guard! Come on, we gotta go! Nope, sorry. I have a sealed missive here for Cassard. Nope. I don't know what's going on. Oh man, I'm deep in this very important conversation. Friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Amarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set out so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. Oh boy! Oh man, sure would be a shame if I were to disappear. You can now travel to Amarang. Speak with the adroit Amaro Tamer to fly off to the desert. You can also use your Aether Compass to assist with locating Aether Currents. Yep, I know about this one. Oh man, sorry officers. Looks like oh man, MSQ happened. Sorry.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Now, this is pretty distinct architecturally from Ul'dah, right? Azara given some advice. Sabra doing more alliterations that I refuse to listen to. Or show actual strength by lifting the table. Fair. Okay. Oof. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where the Salisay friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop at Mord Souk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. All right, you lot, I'm off, and I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. I like cooking. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Interesting to note, Amarang is not a proper city, because my chocobo is here, so this is a settlement. Ooh, and weird. No! Hold on, wait! Oh, cheese it! I was about to say it's weird that there's still the Crystarium guard, huh? Oh boy, I don't actually know how to do anything as... Oh wait, I don't actually know how to do anything as Sage. Unaspected damage. This doesn't seem right. Oh boy, I have not actually... Augment certain offensive and healing magics. Oh boy. Huh. Sure would have been good if I had paid attention and knew what I was doing. How do I do the thing? Can I cardia my chocobo? Great. Love that. Ooh. Sure. We're gonna pretend that was a real win for me. Wife Knock has a good job opportunity, so... Oh, hell yeah. Aw, I'm sorry, Kishnock. Watch the Broccoli's for a minute, they're stupidly adorable. Oh no. Oh, cheese it. Oh, Arya's here. Oh, also I gotta eat something, hey? Are you talking about the Gigatenders when you mean the Broccoli's? They are aggressive, though, so if I pass their line of sight, they will attack me. You gonna do anything, buddy? Beware of Big Red. Big Red? Gonna do anything? Oh! Why? Was that the doze emote? Aw, baby. Big True, do not approach red broccoli. Oh. Okay. Is it like a red Gyarados? Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amarang, is it not? I'm sorry to hear that, Kishnock. Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. Oh, so is this not actually Amarang? Oh, okay. Because I was wondering if this was the Gate of Nald or the Gate of Thal. Worse than a red Gyarados, hey? The heads are too big! Oh, for the Senior Sabatenders! Oh, that's cute. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasser Shal, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabathareg. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say it was once one of Norvrant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabatharang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. Those who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than a marrow roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord Sook. I'm really worried that Cassard is going to get eaten by Sin Eaters. It's a level 80 A rank, and squads of level 80s are needed to kill it. It will one-shot stomp you so hard you won't know what hit you. Wait. But that just makes me want to hunt it even more. This entire area is Amarang. Okay. Have you thought about maybe seeing a site to... Oh. They make them big these days, aye? That's what she said. Alrighty-ree. I gotta figure out what my abilities do, hey? Actually, as much as I like the speed of the mount, the music here is so good. I can turn off the mount music, I know, but I'm actually just gonna keep vibing. Just skirt around this aggressive boy because I really don't want to deal with you. I'm sorry to hear that, Kishnok. People organize hunt trains to find and kill the different A ranks. Do know about those hunt trains. Those are some of my favorite. Cheese it, dejected Demise demanded as he dashed away from danger in the darkening desert. Savara! The music here is such a bop. Any chance you could mute the battle and mount music? Literally just thinking that, Pity Squid, yeah. Sabra, I refuse to read any more of these out loud. The whole soundtrack for Shadowbringers is... Hell yeah. Here we are, Mord Sook, by the Blessed Shadow? Feels weird. I love this town. City of the Mord. Hussard stands at the entrance to Mord Sook, an eager smile on his face. Mord Sook, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all other manners. Too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Oh, dang! You got the AI to do it for you. Okay. I was wondering why it was so good, because I know you couldn't have come up with anything like that, Savada. Wink. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know that we've arrived. Oh, are these like... Oh, these are kobolds. Interesting. Okay. Thanks, bye. It is weirdly quiet in here. Like, disconcertingly so. Okay. God, literally any amount of music, yes please. Go on, introduce yourself to Master Zhengen. I'm wondering if they just didn't want to have to come up with new character models. And so, oh my god, the kobolds' little faces! I love them! I was just about to say, I wonder if they just didn't want to come up with new character models, and that's the reason why they're doing this. But even if that's the case, it's masterfully hidden. Kobold? It's a kobold! That's a kobold! So this is a Mord. They're so cute.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Oh, his voice is a little bit... Master Gengen.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord's.
I have never
Souk
once
is
given
for
the
city.
kobolds that voice.
As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang.
Oh, I love them.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Cassard is
Aye, that they
just row
do.
Nigel
For Mord
Thornberry.
do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value.
Oh, I love these
That is
guys.
why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
Oh my god.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals.
God.
And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
Sure.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
Wink wonk, social
A
commentary.
Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
This is ridiculous.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Zalco! Hey.
You buy?
We're just breaking into Shadowbringers.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots! Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that
Hey,
piece at
Munchkin
Ronron's place,
mates.
yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
So very fast. Munchkin makes and I RP sometimes together. No pots. Nothing large, nothing bulky. Munchkin makes and I RP together sometimes. And so the house demised, as it were, for the RP purposes, is fairly impoverished and is classified as one of the minor houses. Which is the bit they're making here. And also, sorry, Zalkel is a fantastic streamer of their own right. He's a fantastic individual, and you should absolutely check him out. He started doing PvP before I actually got involved in PvP myself, and so I remember watching completely enraptured. So you need to go check out Zalcal. They're delightful. Listen. The inventory police are on their way. I gotta scram. Of course, Salcal. No worries at all. If anything, thanks for being here. And Munchkin makes as well. Run, Hellish, run! Oh god, what was... Welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. You may move the camera as well to zoom in and out. Target a foodstuff and inspect it with left click. Are you joshing me right now? Browse the wares. Ronron's Eatery has a variety of goods available for purchase. Inspect each of his exotic dishes. Ridiculous. Oh, you'll like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks. Spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Wee woo, wee woo. Inventory police. You there, Mord. Have you seen a Hume butler about? Quick, I gotta change outfits. I gotta hitman this. Hope you got a strong belly. Woo. Emphasis on exotic, yeah. I mean, you know, people eat frogs. That's a thing. Meat. Encouraging. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some may find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Meat. Bread? Hell yeah. I love a good flatbread. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so that if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. Yeah, these sound fine. I mean, they wouldn't be my first picks, but... Everyone's favorite. Plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wiggler, you'll never want any other treat. Temptation to cosplay Judge Dredd in Final Fantasy XIV intensifies. God, please. I cannot be chased by the police throughout all of Shadowbringers. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. The mush loaf... Okay. I love meat, but I've been trying to get more into a vegetarian diet, so the mush loaf is mine. Like, honestly, it sounds the best to me, so yeah. I'll give you a glazed wiggler, alright? Wink. Lane, buy me dinner first. No, we're not doing the glazed wriggler. A critical choice awaits. God, how critical is this choice? Oh no. Alright, how about this? I've been doing a lot of polls today, but this one will be very fast. This one will be literally 1 minute. Food. And pick quickly. Much loaf. Ever-burning bounty. A chewy skewer. Or glazed wriggler. I instantly regret this. Vote starts now. Oh boy. Oh, mush loaf? Okay. No, it's glazed wiggler. He'll show me a glazed wriggler. Okay, okay. Oh no! We've been reaching sort of critical mass of votes around 8 or so, so... Okay. Oh, man! Yeah, Chewy Skewer out of nowhere. Hello? Damn. Alright, I think that's critical voting mass. Well, barring any new developments. Oh, Clary voted for Mushloaf. Alright, Clary. Between Glazed Wriggler and Chewy Skewer. Yeah, eat a frog or a worm. Good, I'm really glad that you guys are giving me a lot of variety. Clary, between Chewy Skewer or Glazed Wriggler, which one do you say? You have all the power. Skewer, the lesser of two evils. Thank you. People eat frogs. That happens. You must choose the Chewy. Oh god, I missed that line. Hold on. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Chewy, a quick, easy meal to carry you across the desert. You have the gold? Wrigglers will remember this. You could be a gremlin and go for the one no one picked. Munchkin makes absolutely not. We here in Ishgard, the Republic of Ishgard, definitely believe in democracy. And done. One Vorbright honor buys you 65 skewers. I don't want to eat 65 skewers. Hold on. Also, I will be right back. Sorry. Did I just eat all 65 of them? Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, everyone. Hold up. Depot Riot. No! Okay. I think I'll share the rest. Our visitor invites us to feast. Let us give thanks for his great generosity and small appetite. Democracy in Ishgard? Weren't all the democratic options just the previous leaders? Doesn't seem like much of a people's choice. There's the House of Lords and the House of Commons. Don't worry about it. Sweat intensifies. Excuse me. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Jengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. God, what a terrible thing to say to someone who looks like they're sick. Okay. But I mean also, you are just having a good time at my expense, which I totally deserve. Oh no! Cheese it! Cassard, do you have anything to say? I've never seen... Oh, God, I don't even know how Nigel Thornberry sounds normally. Smashing! I've never seen anyone eat... I can't do it. So much of Ron Ron's cuisine in one sitting. You've a stronger stomach than I. I was watching from here, Elish. You honored our custom, and with great relish. Is that a joke about my name, Jengen? You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. Working off the meal. Cassard is impressed by your gastronomic fortitude. Sounds like something a troll would say. Yeah. You have courage, my friend. That's nothing. Run's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. God, I just been so... I just listened to this man. Oh well. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. You may view the market receipt at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Okay. So, we are looking for Table Cactus, Thonton, Iron Ore, Thol Tol, Nabath Arang Antiques, Mill, to be collected from Mul. Good. Good. What was that we were talking about, alliterations? Ward Culinarian? No. Also, keep an eye out for the cops, because they're coming for us. Crate of stacked armaments? No, that's not it. Thol Tol. I'm looking for Table Cactus from you. Now then, what was I doing again? Oh, Iron Ore. Yeah, no, this one is ours. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron Ore. See you in a bit. Comes back with a toad for your Hogwarts house pet. No! Iron Ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Yeah, you think so, bestie? Okay, so now we're looking for Thonton. And he's the Table Cactus. Lift with your legs, not with your back. You came in with Cassard, yes? Good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please, take your prickly purchase. Okay. Wild, but sure. Woohoo! Lovely, lovely pots. Weirdo. Hey, no touching. That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to the highest bidder. Oh, no, no, no. The Batharang relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. Yep. Alright. So far, so good on the inventory police. I guess the enforcement of the first is no better than the enforcement of the source. Although, I do like them choosing Source instead of Prime. I do think that is a much better title for it. Don't tell me you've round the entire market already. Mordsuk merchandise, a collection of goods Cassard ordered from the merchants of Mordsuk. Liar, what? Aye, that's the lot, all right. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in a place before. I thought you'd be one to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. Also, I just realized, by sending us to the first, it actually does a really good job of returning us back to, instead of the champion of Eorzea, you are just a random adventurer that nobody knows yet. Very clever. I'm sure this has been done in other expansions and other MMORPGs, but I do like it. It's a nice change of pace. I'll have to drag in me middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like it's an age since I last saw you. Oh, okay. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alice has told me so much about you. You're Elish, aren't you? Tesleen has death flags all over her right now. You are slighted better than a random adventurer, since you're the Exarch's guests. True. I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and have gotten to know Alice quite well since she took up guard duties there. Tesleen is going to die. Do you want me to take over as Elish's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out once you've had your fill of Almarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Uh-oh. Woof. I'm afraid there's been a mix-up, officer. Would it be wise to come quietly? Yes. Am I going to come quietly? Tesleen, we gotta go somewhere, right? Alice has been rather desperate to see you, Elish, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got to make the... What's the Eorzean time? I gotta make the 4 p.m. Trip, so... See ya! Why are you like this, Kishna? All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. Oop. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the market. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Is this an escort quest? Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? You better not have a health bar, Tesleen. I thought you might. Alice was always saying how much I mean, let's get going, shall we? It's been a bad week. Fair enough. Oh, it's the giant turtles. Called a Tolba, sure. Sand moles, level 70, sure. It's absolutely an escort quest, sure. It is weird that our chocobo came with us to the first, but sure. Okay. Cardio. I know that's a thing people do. And then... What are the rest of my abilities? Oh, I have Rescue. That's not something I want. Do I have any other offensive abilities? I don't know how to do anything. I'm just doing basic attacks over and over again. Is that how you do, Sage? The chocobo is spiritually linked to you. Really? Okay. Red ones are offensive, if I remember correctly. I've only got 2 red ones. I'll figure it out as we go. That's your whole rotation. Hell yeah. Been a while since you've heard that guitar riffing. Oh, is this not a consistent one? Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alice was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Now it all makes sense. Yes? Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Tesleen, it seems like you waiting here is like the worst possible call. Like, Tesleen, perhaps you should come with me? So that way you don't die while I'm gone? Tesleen? Are you sure? Okay. Okay, bestie, if you're sure. Every expansion has different battle music. I see. Gotta use your Acacia something or other to make the one offensive into a dot. I see. Okay. And that's why it casts faster. It's not actually interesting. Okay. So Wandering Coyote. And then yes, I see. Okay. So that makes it into a dot. And then this is my actual damage ability. Cool. Sure. No! Sand mole! Don't get involved here! Oh god! Alright, well. Can I cardia myself? Oh god. Yikes. Okay, wait, hold on. Aw. Thank you, mysterious stranger who is definitely not the inventory police. Okay, bye! Gotta use your blue spells for shields to get healing buffs rolling. I see. You don't mind the battle music in a vacuum, but you tend to have it most of the time for that sweet, sweet ambience. Hell yeah. No, come on! Depending on how the rest of the game goes, yeah, we might... So what? What does this one do? Okay. Called Phlegma? You sure about that one? More waddles to you, lady in the background. Yeah! Says the player who repeatedly killed an EX party while attempting to learn Sage. Sink or swim method. Listen. Arya found the red cactus? Wait, where is it? And do we want to try and do it ourselves? You think it says anything about your recycling right now that it's almost all empty bottles? I mean, you know. That player was Azara? Hell yeah. We should not do the red cactus? Okay. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Okay, well, I mean, on the plus side, it looks like Tesleen did not die, so. You killed the Jupe so many times you rage quit the EX? No, Azara! Finish up the quest, you'll be able to see it. Okay. No, Sand Mole! I have important things I need to do. Man, all of the mobs in this region are aggressive. Oh! Oh, I do see the red cactus. Holy moly. Oh, I do want to take him out, though. Can we not do the red cactus? Are we sure? I wanna fight him. %. You guys get so used to being ignored by the mobs at the end of an expansion, it's always a shock when they start attacking us again. Yeah. No, don't fight him! Defend Tesleen from the red cactus, yeah. That's like an S rank? Oh, so is it a hunt then? I want to fight him! Oh man, okay. Temper tantrum over. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. The Fazula tried with a group of like 10, most were dupes. You guys got stomped for like an hour before you finally gave up. Okay. But it seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first, let's head inside, shall we? Absolutely not, because you'll have to heal me. Go again. Just know that Popo Arya will need to res ya. Clary did it with 5 people. Oh man, this has little Alamigo vibes already, huh? It was hell. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. Oh, so inn is pejorative. The afflicted? You don't know? Worse than Little Alamigo. Yeah, alright, that tracks. I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folks have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alice give you the full explanation. Following in her footprints, Tesleen casts her gaze around the inn, hoping to spot Alice. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. Am I going to come back and you're all going to be dead? You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Are you going to die while I'm out? Fun history fact, in 1938, FDR went to the Gettysburg reunion to knit with Civil War vets. Oh, wow. And the guards here are not Crystarium guards. They seem to be outfitted with anything. Okay? Gonna try and avoid the scissor jaws. Okay, gonna not avoid the scissor jaws. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm gonna try and avoid this ancient lizard. Come back to the cactus gate for like 1 second. Okay. If you really want to go back, if you really want to go after Big Red, I'll hop back over for it. Oh no, I couldn't make you do that, Clarice. Yeah, and also, it sounds like the Jupes are not willing to try it again, so we won't have too many people. Although, I'm coming back for you, Big Red. Someday. I've got you in my sights. Also, you need to let the hunt train people know it was a killed target. Aww. Uh-huh. Yeah? You two enjoying yourselves? Dweebs. History is a wild thing. For sure, Kishna. Got any juicy tidbits you want to share? Otherwise, that might cause some problems. Yeah. So, what the Jupes and I have been doing, and so specifically tomorrow, as sort of a Jupe event, I wanted to do like a RP light hunt train thing. Specifically just doing a Realm Reborn and Heavensward A ranks, because it feels like most of the hunt trains do not do those anymore, not for the A ranks. So it could just be like a fun little thing to do. John Tyler is a massive shit. Thank you, Enderfriend, for allowing that. What the heck? You're at tabletop, Enderfriend. Only US president to die a traitor so far. Yeah, those don't get run. They're kill on sight. Hell yeah. Alisei is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground. And they look to be about the right size. How do I know what Alisei's footprints look like? The small footprints lead off to the northwest. Footprints continue on to the northwest. Ooh, are these mummies? I always look for a zone full of, like, the undead. Because I always just really like... I know y'all will be like, oh, it's not all undead. But, like, I don't know. I actually genuinely like it, like, thematically. I know it's silly, but... those are the zones I like to haunt. Wink wonk. Okay. No! Azara, no! Not my warrior of light. Yikes. Yeah. Wow. Putting him on the bottom of a list for sure. The footprints curve around to the west. Door. Alright, Gilman. I might switch to Gunbreaker so that way we don't have to keep going through this. Because as fun as it is to kill random mobs, it is also absolutely ridiculous. Also, I just realized I still haven't eaten any food yet. Looks like things are afoot in Amarang. No, please. Either that or you share shoe sizes with Alice. Something tells me that one is also not it. Yikes. Yeah, not fun. You can switch your Chocobo to Defender. Oh, it's been so long since the last time I changed the stance of my Chocobo. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. So Alice has been here for a year. Which, does that make her 17? And that is the Flood of Light that was stopped by the Oracle of Light Minfilia.
Get back here!
Sure.
Is that... It can't be.
Focus on your landing, Alice. Okay, thank you. Ha! Her body hasn't aged, that's right. That's still in the source. Right. Okay. And also, yeah, sounds like a real shitlord. You almost lost that one.
I had it under control, right up until the moment I didn't. I'll do better next time.
Aww.
I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Hero mode, having a side convo with yourself and still sticking to landing. True.
How are you?
Yeah.
We've fought them to a standstill then.
I mean, I guess some people who are
The
playing Final
Exarch did
Fantasy
say
XIV...
that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach.
Okay, so they're the Void.
The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them.
This feels like an oversimplification still. There are no Sin Eaters that have any sentience?
Left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Zoom. Yeah, sorry, Ellen. We've just been going along. Also, anytime that I was about to waste too much time, the inventory police came by, so it's a great section. It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Hesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters. Which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Calling their ranks, Alice would have you help her finish her patrol. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Nope, I don't believe that, honestly. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. I mean, here's the thing that sucks, is that with the Void Scent, that is true for the most part. And I'm actually very willing to believe that the Void Scent are actually all evil. But I have more reservations on the Sin Eaters. Have a nice life, bestie. And maybe it's just, again, because of the obvious thing, right? Like, their moves have such weird names. He's called Forgiven Cowardice? Like, it doesn't feel like they're bad guys. I don't know. I don't want to believe they're bad guys. Light is pure, so none of their actions are evil. Yeah... I don't know. It's, again, it's all cultural as well, right? Is like a part of this thing is that light is relativistic. The fact that light means one thing in a world that is plagued by darkness versus light meaning a different thing in a world that's plagued by light, right? You're thinking of light as a force of nature and not just another element. Yeah. But, like, I don't know. Forgiveness is a good thing. Can you have an overabundance of forgiveness? And, like, obviously these guys would just look like gargoyles, right? Like, again, they're just the light aspected version of the Void Send. But still, like, it just feels weird to me. Oh, yeah. Forgiveness can be warped. I mean, I see your point. Points to Spanish Inquisition. Listen, just because Ishgardian Inquisitors brought people to Witch Drop Point and forced them to come to their own conclusions, I see what you're saying. Points to American and Canadian colonialism. How did you fare? Ah, I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin-eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Yeah, they're just light-aspected Void Scent. Thus, when a powerful sin-eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play, and you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? Wuffa duffa. Yeah? She hasn't been telling you stories, has she? Oh, gods. Alisei tells me you helped her out on her patrols. You have our thanks. And my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alisei has missed your company. Everything is always, if Elish were here, he would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Elish's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. Okay, also, I have an escape, right? I know this one is to rush to party member. Oh, I guess it's also... It's both party member and enemy. Interesting. Okay, so that's sort of nothing. We'll figure this out yet. How do I get Addersting? Okay, we'll figure it out. A purchase of fruit. Tasleen has the air of a woman being pulled in 10 directions at once. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alice? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alice. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing their skin isn't caked in sand. Tooltips, and the Sage's intro quest is actually amazing. Okay. Their names are Punil, Todin, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. You get Adder's Gall charges when a shield breaks. You use those for Adder's Sting. Oh, God, healers. Is White Mage any easier? Yes and no. White Mage easy from what you've been told. It's easy? Uh-huh. Thank you. You're Alice's friend? That's good. White Mage can be simple yet complicated at the same time because of mana in management. Okay. Todden glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Aww. Poor Todden. One brain cell. Alric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. Wait. Whoop. So are these names... Is Amarang a name for old civilizations in the source? Have we heard these names before? And then... Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. I have nothing but raw speculation. Because hold on. I'm sorry. I will go past this so fast, I promise. But I feel like... I've heard these names before. But I can't... it might just be me backfilling. Give me Astro, I'll push all the buttons. That's fair enough. Your work is done then. Okay, sorry. Then if you'll indulge me the fastest speculation possible. Okay, so Kurisu we know from Palace of the Dead and from Emdapor Keep. And the impression that we were given was that Kurisu was a golem, like a construct, that the white mages of the Emdapori created to protect them against the Void Scent. Is Kurisu from Emdapor Keep not actually a construct, but a Sin Eater? Question 1. Other questions to come. You've seen to the patients? How were they? So far, we've been led to believe that Sin Eaters... my gut takeaway is that Sin Eaters are just light-aspected Void Scent. And we know that the Void Scent have trouble getting into the source. They have to either be summoned, or there has to be some sort of portal that has been made. That was the entire thing under the Sky Pirates Alliance raids. So, ostensibly, the Sin Eaters are only able to come into the first because of the light that they plant in somebody's body, allowing, in my mind, a Sin Eater to come forth. There has to be some place for the Sin Eaters, much like the Void Scent come from the Void. So, in my opinion. Pearl-colored Void Scent, exactly. So they need a host to survive. Do they? Because I know some of the Void Scent don't need a host. Okay, sorry. Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Palric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion, then. I was going to take Elish to Mordsuk, if you have any other errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. I'll say we should absolutely not leave Halric here with the carers in case Halric turns into a Sin Eater. Void Scent don't. And we know this because of one specific instance in Ishgard, which I know I go back to too much, but yeah. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. We're gonna come back and everyone is dead. Come on then, Elish. There's something I want you to see, right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Okay. First of all, we're gonna come back and Halric will have killed everyone. Ridiculous. Second of all... Sure. I never use these anymore, so it's kind of a fun thing to be able to get to. So, hold on. We know there is one instance of the Void Scent being able to persist without hosts that I'm aware of, which are specifically the ogre things, the Belgers or whatever, in Coerthus Western Highlands. Specifically, they are actively trying to seek a way to get back to the Void, and they're not able to do so after someone initially summoned them. Speculation is that they were summoned by a astrologian who is trying to use them to fight against the Dravanian hordes. So those guys exist without a host. So there are some flavors of Void Scent that can do that. I think. Although now I want to go back and I want to do Hawk Manor again. Killed everyone except for the people with side quests. See your point, Azara. There's a whole alliance raid too. Yeah, the whole thing about Diabolos and like his cadre of Void Sent, right? So the answer is it depends. Let's see about that nectarine, shall we? Also, this gives me massive Stormblood post content when Tsuyu leaves to go to the nearby town to ask for persimmons for Gosetsu. That's what this quest is making me think of. Persimmons. Yeah, exactly. Oh ho, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ronron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh, yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Have all gone really well. Gods, I've never seen a moored merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. Yeah. You love how getting fruit has already given you a Pavlonian response. That, and whenever there is a scene where we are specifically given a cup to drink, Emmerich, during that like dinner we had with him at the Burrell Estates, where he's like, here, have some wine, and then we have PTSD, and Emmerich's like, ooh, maybe that's a bad call on my behalf. That was such clever writing. Love that this guy has normal fruit the whole time and made you eat worms. Yeah! Hold on, Ron. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Team Wriggler. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. But we already have a blue quest here? Live to work? Or work to live, or live to work? Okay. So it's going to be a beast tribe for the beautiful boys, huh? You need something? Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Blaze Wrigglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Lacks critical gameplay information? What is that supposed to mean? Never fails, shall we? See, Wrigglers are good. This tower has no crenellations at the top to protect
over
defenders.
There, where the wall is broken.
Cutscenes begin.
Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, It's Halric's favorite fruit.
Okay.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light.
It does have tempering energy
The
to
twisted
it.
state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough.
God, they've taken the light.
But
the
it's a war I
Cinears?
mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield.
Aww. I'll
So
say
I swore
it's
that
fine.
I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here.
Good.
And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless.
Oh yeah. She cursed him out. Oh yeah.
On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
What they've done with the Sin Eaters here that's very intelligent is they've taken the exact same themes behind good zombie apocalypse movies. No one is allowed in here without permission, especially not outsiders. They've taken all of the good themes of like a good zombie movie, right? They've been infected by the light. They're guaranteed to turn. And so any person who's like, wait, no, maybe my friend won't be the one to turn, sounds crazy. But there's that desperate hope, that moment where you're like, maybe it won't happen, right? It's that belief that like the body is not, it is very, oh God, what is the term I'm looking for here? I can't remember. The idea that your identity is separate from your physical matter. I cannot remember the name of the, there's a philosophical, it's not Descartes. It's not I think therefore I am, but it is kind of. Be back in 5 minutes. We'll catch you, Clary. Transhumanism. Yes. The idea that our bodies are just meat mechs that our brains are piloting. So there's something here that's like so painful, because if we accept the core premise that is being presented to us, that when the Sin Eater takes over, the Sin Eater has killed the person that's there. I'm sorry, I'm popping off. Let's get moving, and then I'll keep this thought. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the walls is worth more than an hour of Uriangir's lecturing. I have questions about the number of people who survived and genetics. And I needed you to know, beyond a doubt, that Tasleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. If Tasleen isn't killed before we get back... we'll get to it as we transport back. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards, and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Because like we're getting into sort of the same problem with, and you know, big content warning here. If you're not in a sound mental or emotional state, you know, feel free to take this moment to sort of look after yourselves. Come back in a little bit. But there is something of assisted suicide and also, you know, coma patients here. Where is the porter? Okay, they're up here. Because the question then becomes, is the person their body? In which case doing so ends them. Or are they more than? Because if we accept the core conceit that is being presented by the people here who have suffered and are sort of using that as a representation, or that, you know, again, the Void Sent, the Sin Eaters, all of that, then yes. Yes, by doing this, we are killing the person before they get killed by the Sin Eaters, the Void Sent, and that's a sensible course of action. But something that is a central conceit to Final Fantasy XIV, which makes this different, is that the Astral Sea exists. People have been called. There are the Asians. There are people whose souls transcend their body. And so the question then becomes, is there a world in which Halric, anybody who's been possessed, is there a world in which they can be freed from their mortal coil? And in so, are we condemning whatever soul, astral projection, whatever you want to call it, are we consigning them to oblivion before they just have the chance to learn? Is it that the world is cruel and uncaring? Yes. Or is it that there is something that us, by taking action, are robbing them of agency and choice and that possibility to develop? And that is what makes good zombie fiction, that is what makes good apocalypse fiction so powerful, is there's inevitably that scene with that person who's like, oh, I'm like standing on the precipice and like everybody else is running and like going for shelters or whatever. And there's that one person who's like, I just choose to stay out here and watch the end of the world, right? And then is that a choice that they are given? Is that choice admirable? Is that choice giving up? Is there something in that is more or less noble? And then we get into, God, what is it called? There is a question of intent, right? So obviously we're assuming, based off of the fact that transforming into a Sin Eater is very painful, that they would rather be spared that. And I would say they're probably right on that aspect. But the fact that Halric and Todden have lost the ability to communicate that means that we can't ask them for consent anymore. We don't know what their end perspective is. We can assume, but we do not have that answer. And that is a lot. Anyways, sorry. That's just where my mind is going with this. None of this is inside the game, but yeah. And welcome back, Clary. This is just where my brain goes immediately, so go ahead. I think she's been waiting for us. The euthanasia debate, indeed, right? And there's never an easy answer, and every answer has to be so incredibly fundamentally personal and independent. And again, right, like this is the thing. You are back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Nectarine. A plump, sweet-smelling nectarine. Woof. Thank you. Alisaie's explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. zombie apocalypse narrative. It's gonna be bad. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. The time left to us. Tasleen makes an effort to smile brightly. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm so worried we're about to get poisoned.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'm so nervous we're about to get got. You needn't have gone to the trouble.
Oh, it's nothing, really. And we do so rarely have guests.
Tasleen has Lisa's voice actress.
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get.
Dang, I wouldn't have even noticed, Clara, yeah.
I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here.
Surely there's a way.
Broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death.
Surely there's a way to drain the aether from them. Like, if it's just an imbalance that causes it to happen, surely you could, like, find an unaspected crystal and, like, put the aether in there or
When my mother
something.
finally left this world, I was mad with grief.
Hey,
But also
man.
thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it.
Super fast. The problem is, due to the flood, the world's etheric balance is tending towards light, rather than anything resembling etheric balance. Fair enough, I did not consider that. Little Brian. Tasleen. She's got death flags all over her.
Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath.
Referring to Ardbert.
Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
I'm gonna cry.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
I'll say, you know Ardbert. We've met him.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Oh no.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Yeah. This is all my fault. The patients were acting strangely, and I let it distract me. Okay, really fast, quick sidebar. The fact that those who have been infected with the light can tell when the Sin Eaters are coming seems like a very useful talent to have. I'm not sure that it'll actually come into play, but that has an energy to it. Where could he have gone? Elisay, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone... We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where... Oh, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? Yes, we should just cage one in a canary cage as an early warning sign. Or, I don't know. There has to be some way that you can be infected with the light and not actually be turned into a Sin Eater. Because, I don't know. Like, because there's an implication here. Even when the Void Scent interact with people, they don't plant darkness in people. There's something here that's different. There's obviously a piece I'm missing. Oh man. It's been such a long time since we've seen the inventory police, and I'm glad we still haven't seen any indication of them. No, he's never done anything like this before. But it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. Did you forget what happened to Purple Narrow? Got a lot of grape juice on him. In any case, let's keep Marin. Let's keep the search close to the end. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric. Please be all right. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Wait. Damn, where did Marin actually go just now? Hello? Come on, Scissor Jaw. De-aggro off me, please, bestie. Thank you. Amarang music is a bop? Hell yeah. You see no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. Ooh. An Aether Current. Oh god. I haven't even been checking for these. I still need to do all of Stormbloods. Or, I need to do all of these side quests in Stormblood. Fun fact, antlions are blind and can't aggro if you're RP walking. Really? Green cotton candy. You scan your surroundings in search of Halric, and suddenly find yourself under attack. Forgiven folly. Referring to foolishness? Now, okay. Do the Void Scent follow under the 7 deadly sins? And does that also mean that the Thin Eaters go under the 7 heavenly virtues? Excuse me, 7 heavenly virtues? Nah? Okay. Woof. Who took West? Because I feel like that's Tesleen. Come on, gentlemen. Oh, I also keep forgetting to eat. An Ishgardian muffin. Don't mind if I yes. Tesleen went north. Okay. So this would be, Alisay's territory. The wrong zombies, yeah.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
I don't understand. Does someone who's turning into a Sin Eater...
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Is that not the exact same model from Emdapur Keep Hard? That's the exact same character model, right?
There it is! Is that... Oh no!
Why?
Halric!
I don't understand. Oh shit! Okay.
We have to run!
Tesleen! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Okay, so that Sin Eater's weapon didn't leave physical wounds.
No, 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 no!
Forgive me, Alice.
I was thinking that cocoon happened so fast. Okay. I think we're gonna go for another hour. Thank you, Arya. We're gonna go for another hour. Wow. Wow. Okay. Healing emotional damage. As the trailer, yes, absolutely, Raven. I should have recognized that it was, but seeing it in game actually made it more obvious that it's the exact same model. Like, there have been no modifications to it whatsoever. Of course I want that sword. I mean, as much as I hate... This is the thing. This is the thing that is already turning in my head, is when you guys were saying it's a corruption of the doctrine, right? Like, for example, the forgiveness that, early settlers or missionaries gave and that sort of thing. I don't think it quite clicked in my head yet, because the thing is that fundamentally, I was under the impression that the Sin Eaters killed in the same way that the Void Sent killed, and that they rend with tooth and claw and weapons, right? Because we have a few instances, like Hawk Manor Hard, a couple of other places, where we do see the transformation. But it's for the Void Sent, it's always been a little bit more subtle. You always got the impression that it was a little bit more smoke and daggers, temptation, that sort of thing. And the thing that I can see there quite obviously, right, is that I don't fully understand why that larger Sin Eater, I'm going to assume Kurisu, came after Tasleen, or came after Haldrick. Because if Haldrick has already been infected, he's going to turn by himself. But the fact that, right, Tasleen attacked it, sure, it then attacked Tasleen, but like the idea of it removing the impurities of the flesh, right? The idea of it getting rid of the sin of humanity hits so weird. It hits me in a way that I was not ready for, especially the fact that Tasleen, as far as we can tell throughout this entire time, has been nothing but an angel. And it's weird. It's like, it's very Adeptus Mechanicus. It's very the sin intrinsic to the flesh. Because again, you're not just being transformed into a different form of your current existence. It's the fact that we know that those who have been, it's afflicted? Those who have been afflicted are literally like losing their flesh-like qualities, and that's a weird way of me phrasing it, but it's literally that an idea of perfection is in stone or is in rock. And that makes me, and what you were saying earlier, Marin, sorry. You heard the scene was censored. It was originally worse. I can believe it. That hits me so weird. I wasn't ready for it. But yeah. Welcome to Shadowbringers. Yeah, I got some answers. It's the fact that the Sin Eater's sword didn't do physical damage and still also got me messed up. Yeah. For the light. I'm still pro light over darkness on a number of levels, but yeah. Light bad? Grumble, grumble, grumble. So how are you feeling about being the warrior of light? I'm still fine with it. But yeah, here's a thing to think about. The natural activity of the Aether. How do you mean, Claim? And then also, let's keep going. Thank you guys for being here to provide emotional support. Darkness is all about activity, change. Oh, whereas light is stillness, purity. Emotional support chat, yeah. I don't know, though. Like, I like the idea. Haven't you ever had that saying, I wish this moment could last forever? I don't know. You'll hear more about that one in the next zones. Fair enough. I'm sorry, Elish. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. Did we even bring Alric back? It's just so unfair. Tesleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Alric came back. Oh, is he with Alice? Yeah, I absolutely missed that. I presume you have nothing to say. Yeah. Woof. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I can barely... I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing. About giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Alric is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Whoa. Tears on the sand. Alice is lost in grief. I've spoken with the carers. Thank you for what you're doing. It means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow. And I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Haurik's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Haurik. Keep Teslin's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment. I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? Yeah, I can, Woof. I have a destination in mind, yes. And a purpose. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. New game goal. Level culinariness to 90, making only marmot steaks. Uh-huh. Okay. Another thought that's coming to mind very fast is we do actually have from Palace of the Dead, you're able to get, I think his name is, what is his name? I cannot remember. Lewinhart, that's right. So, ages and ages ago, back when we were the Warrior of Light and starting to progress in A Realm Reborn, there were a few adventurers who were up and coming in parallel to us. Now, Edda Hubby, exactly. So, E. Una Kotor created this winged monstrosity using stone hewn from the very walls of the Palace of the Dead in an attempt to better understand the guardian golems which watch over the lost city of Amdapor. That the face chosen for the design bears an uncanny likeness to a certain someone is one stone best left unturned. Now, I thought this was just a cute and clever way of doing this, right? I thought it was just a charming way of saying, like, hey, like, this is the opposite of, I'm looking at you, Marin. This is the opposite sort of energy and vibe as, the Ahriman. Though little is known of the Void and creatures which call the extra-dimensional realm home, scholars have discovered that there is a strict hierarchy among Voidsent, consisting of 12 distinct tiers. Ahriman are believed to fall into the 5th, making them formidable foes when not enthralled by curses. So, what if that mount... I don't have a fully formulated thought here. But Palace of the Dead starts necromantic. It starts, obviously, I'm going to call it umbral and aether, umbral and astral aspected, because I don't like light and dark. I still think fundamentally light and dark has different connotative associations. But what if you're writing a person right there? Yes. Right? I don't know. I need more time to cook. I don't have a full thought. I don't have a full thought yet. But that's weird. That's weird, and there's something more here that I can't quite put anything on. Like, it's... The Void... I have presumed that the void is full of an infinite supply of void scent. But what if it's not? What if there is a limited number of void scent, and likewise, there's a limited number of sin eaters? What if the number is explicitly comprised of those that they can corrupt? Or is the void an effort of it being changing and ad infinitum? Is it that there can be an infinite number of void scent, but Aether, being as it is aspected, has a finite number? There's something more here. There's something more here, and I don't want to touch it right now, because I'm so far behind, and I've wasted 15 minutes talking about this. Let's go through more MSQ. That's someone's grandmother you're writing on, sir. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, honestly. You need to buy a copy of the Encyclopedia Eorzea. I do actually want one. I'm pretty sure I've already attuned. I want all of the lore books. I'm pretty sure I've already attuned to this Aetherite. Yeah, so let's just leave. I don't want to spend literally any more time here. Oh, did I not... Oh, do they not have... Okay. I'm writing it. I'm only writing one for Ishgard. I don't know if I can handle this. Like, because this whole time, the core premise that I've been operating off of, to a certain extent, is agency. I'm not gonna ride my mount. I do want the music. Is that the void scent are despicable by virtue of using a person's agency against them, right? You choose to give in to temptation. Lady, I can't remember her name, Amandine, I think, gives into the void scent in Hawk Manor. She's given a choice, and the bottom line is that she chooses incorrectly. And so, right, there's something there. There's something about, I don't know, preaching against the sins of temptation or whatever, right? And obviously that's not how the Void Scent operate. They don't come and try and corrupt someone who's having a good time, who lives a rich life. They go after people in a moment of weakness. They go after people in a moment of indecision. What sucks about that moment with Karisu and Tesleen is that it didn't matter how morally forthright or whatever Tesleen is. It doesn't matter what Tesleen chooses. Tesleen was stabbed and then transformed into a sin eater. Like, that feels, I don't know. Oh, the Uber was on the way. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't need all of the copies of Eorzea. You need all the copies of Encyclopedia Eorzea. Okay. I'm sorry. Hearing your hypotheses is all a part of watching you. Thank you. The green cotton candy. Also, no, you can turn off mount music instead of walking everywhere, you dingus. I like the mount music, though. Elish, good to see you again. You look like you've a story or two to tell, but I'd sense you'd sooner get back to the Crystarium. Forgive me, Elish. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. Miss Alicey, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amaro. I need to return to the Crystarium. Immediately. As you wish. Okay, and then we're gonna go do the Alphino questline. Hey, Marin. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Okay. And now I'm gonna go do the Alphino line. Hey, Arya. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my referral? Letter of introduction. I need to go find Alphino and hope that his situation is not dramatically more depressing. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for the passage to Pelusia. I will pick you out a friendly wealth. And there I was, expecting a chocobo. Nah. Amaro used for travel, then. That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield. More accustomed to chocobos, perchance? I hear there are few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zun worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend you while I ready the mount. Oops, sorry. To Kaluja. The other thing is, it is impressive. Oh, I need to attune to the 8th right down here. It is impressive because here's the thing: is that we've had characters with death flags before, but I feel like they really took the lessons from Mefrid and Conrad and used those to really highlight the difference between, Mefrid, Conrad's deaths and Teslin's deaths, right? Because when Mefrid died, it was sort of nothing, and Mefrid's death was specifically to highlight Xenos' strength. Here, Teslin died in a way to highlight Karisu's strength, but more than that, it was to highlight Karisu's monstrosity. We weren't being given a demonstration of this person is very strong, because Mefrid is an enemy combatant. Obviously, they were going to fight. Mefrid was going to fight against the Garlean Empire at some point in time. The energy is different. Here, Teslin is a healer. Teslin cutting off Karisu's wing is a moment of sheer impressiveness. It's a moment where we go, oh shit, Teslin is serious. But then the fact that Karisu isn't wounded desperately by that, Karisu doesn't seem to care about the loss of her appendage, the fact that Teslin is not killed, she's not given an honorable death, it's the fact that she is then transformed into a Sin Eater. It is a dramatically different and altogether more impressive moment than Mefrid's death, in a depressing turnabout. So, yeah, anyways. You have attuned yourself to all the Aethernet shards, cool. Yeah. the Amaro launch. You want to fly an Amaro to Kaluja? Well, I suppose if Master Genmal is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. So do they not have airships in the first? You can now travel to Kaluja. Speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer to fly to the island.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Oh, wild. It's kind of like, Limsa Lominsa in a way. Love this music. Hell yeah. We have arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Kaluja. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Man was the real monster all along. Kalusha is wild. Okay? Norvrant is the first equivalent of Eorzea, yeah. We've definitely seen the similarities on the world maps as well. Blue leveling beach? Hell yeah. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battles against the abominations. For years, the Yulmorian elite have fancied themselves the master of what remains of our broken world. They have gone so far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. King in the North. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Also, very fast. What was the name of the fairy city they called it? Because they didn't call... Obviously, it's not Ishgard, but I'm going to be very curious to discover things about it. Ilmeg. I wanna go there. Sorry, I hope I don't sound too disheartened. That scene with Tesleen really took it out of me. A still Todd. Whatever Sem Jamal has to tell you, he plainly deems it worthy of your undivided attention. Not Ishgard. I know, but I'm curious. It hits everyone, don't worry. Yeah. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ybor. Ybor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kaluja, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just to hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. So, white mages deal with astral aspected aether then? So, is there no Thaumaturge's Guild here? I don't understand. And also, like, we have demonstrable proof that the Necrologos is bad as well, right? Like, sure, okay, balance is good. Eat a balanced diet, kids. But, like, the Necrologos is also bad. We shouldn't be calling ourselves the Warrior of Darkness. This is just me venting. Boy, it's more like the Warriors of Balance, right? Like, I don't know. Also, who are these little boys? What are they? Hobgoblins? What's your business? What's your whole shtiz, buddy? Because you don't look like the goblins back in Eorzea, or do you? Is that what the goblins look like under the masks? Oh, well, alright. This is on me. Warriors of Balance versus the Warriors of Spire. Listen. Hobgoblins are enemies from Final Fantasy 1. Okay. They murders. They're only here to level blue fodder. Alright, fair enough. Oh yeah, now I can get my blue to 70, huh? Come on, bestie. What you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you've a taste for 'em? Lake thyme. A fragrant herb commonly found growing along the floodplains of the source. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Cook some in the pan and it's a bloody festival of flavor. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino, eh? I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Can I say, I know Elden Ring came out afterwards, but the light aether, like, particles that are flying in the air makes me really think of the Erd Tree leaves that descend. Ilmore's richer than all of Norvrant put together. But it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess to where he is now, get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide, that's the fishing village just up the path there. You'll look for a run-down excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see Alphino joins you. Yeah, I am running a little bit later than usual. I just want to get through more Shadowbringers, I guess. It's a lot, hey? Does Norvrant, like, is that a direct reference to other characters in the lore or anything like that? You're starting to see why this is a lot of people's favorite expansion? I don't like that it's making me think complex moral philosophical questions. I mean, I do like that. Obviously. but I just want light to be good and dark to be bad. Norvrent is just what it is. Hell yeah. Shiny white light's good. Demons bad. And don't make me think anything else. Hello there, stranger. Definitely your favorite expansion. It hits a lot of weird notes for me. Like, it's good already. Like, Heavensward was my favorite expansion, but depending on how Shadowbringers does certain things, Shadowbringers might supplant it. Ishgard is still my favorite city, but I can definitely see a world in which Shadowbringers becomes my favorite narrative. Because so far, everything that hit me about Heavensward, Shadowbringers is hitting me on harder. Church in Ishgard, ostensibly good, does bad things. Everything that I think about the Light and Hydaelyn, hitting me different, right? So yeah. Casual tavern customer, nothing to see here, exactly. Yeah. Woof. This your first time in a tavern? Oh, wait. This your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? Ale, mead, water? Sure, mead. A fine choice. And what'll you be paying with? Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone. They're called touchstones here. I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not going to go about begging for one of the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What say you do a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, and visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. If the caretaker is dead, I'm going to scream. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. What have you got against elves being Irish? Listen. To be fair, balance between light and dark is a common theme in both Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts. True. I'm so sad right now. I cannot explain. Like, the sadness is permeating my entire body. Like, good people deserve good things. And the world is a cruel and capricious place. So we have to do our part. And like, I don't know, I'm just so indignant. I'm just so indignant and angry about everything that happened there. Because fundamentally, in my mind, light deserves... Like, if light is good, light is mercy. It is taking a chance on someone who has done something wrong and believing they can do something right. And so, in my mind, this is not light connotatively, this is like denotatively. And so I have to find out a different word for light, I guess. I don't know. Too much of anything is a bad thing. In high enough doses, a cure can be a poison. I know. Chocobo. Eat something. I do like that Sage lets me turn my brain off almost as much as Tank, in terms of the open world content. You think you're looking for order and law, justice versus chaos. Maybe, but even then, too much law, too much order falls into the same thing. This is a problem I hit a lot of times. Healers are like that. 1 dot, 1 damage button. It is actually pretty fun. Oh. No? Chocobo? You want to hit any of them? Like, I guess the question is, for me, because again, to be abundantly clear, I am fixated on this as a problem. I guess the question is there a preference between a world that is absolutely wrecked by darkness or a world that is absolutely wrecked by light? And I feel like the answer is still no to both? I don't know. You at least put Cardia up on yourself or your Chocobo. Oh, did I not do that? Oh, whoops. I thought I had, yeah. Light and darkness is a common trope for a lot of things. Yeah, I know. Set bird to attack mode? Oh. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. I swear to God, if the Keeper is dead, I'm gonna be so mad. And if he's sleeping, I'm gonna be so mad in a different way. No response. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing? You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. Yoshi P, you don't need to be sarcastic to me. No one is home. No one is home. And judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. I'm just so sad. This Shadowbringers is just making me so sad. I will say, I do like the aesthetics a lot. Also, I thought Yulmore was like going to be like Hell's Moving Castle. I thought for whatever reason that it was like a moving city. Just so sad. Maybe rats were the homeowners the whole time. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, there's a new worker behind the bar, I see. There's a lot of sad in Shadowbringers, but there's so much good to be had. I believe that, Azara. I think this is the thing, right? Is that yes? Hello? Is that for all of the all of the complaints or positive things that you can say about Stormblood, it never made you feel a wide range of emotions. The range of emotions were fairly consistent. They were either trying to invoke patriotism, or they were trying to invoke like some degree of like nationalistic pride for these specific regions. Shadowbringers dispenses with any of that so far. So far, Shadowbringers is about primal feelings. It's about despair, and it's about like wonder and awe of seeing new things. Like, it doesn't really care about meta conversation so far. So far, it's just things suck or things good. And honestly, sometimes you need the emotional complexity of that at the top. I'm sure as we go through, there will be more nuance, but this is what I needed to be, like, dragged in. You know what I mean? Like, a part of what made Heavensward so good for me is A Realm Reborn sucked, and then A Realm Reborn post was so dramatic and such a roller coaster that when I got into Heavensward, I was locked in. I was like, yes, tell me more. So that's what Shadowbringers is doing in spades. Yeah. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town? Outside Yulmore? You don't have a clue of what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat where you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Ooh.
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Oh, as in she never has any customers.
It's good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphino, you really are a dear.
Oh, wow. She actually does have sort of a brogue.
Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu.
Don't make me think about Yotsu.
It has been even
I'm
longer
already
for me, of
so
course, if you count
sad.
the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
We'd thought we lost you. Alphino, I like you a lot, but as friends. Otherwise it'd be like... Anyways, we thought we'd lost you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Yep, although we are ending
I
in about
see.
13 minutes, so...
Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable.
Yeah,
And
the
poor
Garlean Empire
Tasara,
was founded by an
she must be
Ascian.
sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
I will be right back.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course.
The cheapest brand I could get. And I have been hearing and paying attention.
They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
Oh. This would be a good ending point. Oh, she made Baylight's Hydrate emote. Okay. This would be a good ending point, but we've got another 10 minutes. And frankly, I want to get through more MSQ, so let's see if we can't grab another quest super fast. Open arms, closed gate. Alphino is ready to take to the road once more. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. I'm curious if Yulmore is a second city proper, like Ralger's Reach or Kugane, or if it's entirely different. And before you get hooked on what happens, I mean, there's a reason why I put up the vote about doing it just on Fridays or doing it back to back, so yeah. 30 quests and 3 hours later. Listen. Come. From here, we must head west and then cross a small bridge. Thank you, my friend, for the impeccable service. Oh. Happiness juice? Well, there's only one possible way to pay this back. Thank you. Hell yeah. Hand over motion. And then, of course, toast motion. And then, of course, bow motion. Because I do nothing if not RP in this game. Thank you, Arya. And this is why Elish isn't rich. Listen! Also because the US server prices are stupid high. Are they way higher than they are over in the EU server prices? You good, Arya? About double. Wow. Okay. No! I'm leaving! I know you don't need it, but it's the principle of the matter. I wonder if anyone has mapped out like Lunoska and the Shroud and everything, and sort of compared them to the maps here. Because I'm wondering if you squish together all of Thanalin, I wonder if whatchamacallit, weird place for a snowman. I wonder if whatchamacallit is just sort of that all of those maps squished together. My mailbox is full, so you can't send it to me through the mail. Pelusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. Wait, are the reflections... Wait. The reflections are being destroyed? The eye, is it full of bananas? No, it used to be full of mole meat. I was under the impression that each time a calamity was happening... I was not under the impression. I incorrectly assumed that each time a calamity had happened, that was a separation of the reflections. Things will be explained? Okay. Snowman is secretly inventory police? No! Remember what was said, what happened to the 13th? I thought the 13th turned into the Void. Oh, no. It's called a rejoining. What? I thought the Void was one of the reflections that fell to darkness, though. Can the Source rejoin with the Void? Buck wild. The 13th is something else. I maybe don't remember the 13th then. I'll definitely have to go back and reread some old logs, do some New Game Plus. No! Get away from me! Over there. He says as he scrambles the information into his lore book. Hell yeah. Quickly, someone's in trouble. Okay, and we are a few minutes away from ending the stream, so I think saving someone is a good way to end it. Goodbye, Collusion Iguana. I wonder if there's... Oh no! It's a Sin Eater. Oh, thank the fates you... Look out! Yeah, okay. Nice. My Chocobo uses stun more often than I do. Huh? My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. The 13th is a problem, and the Ascians have already described it as lost. The Ascians were trying to join the 13th to the third, to the source, but it failed. Oh, okay. Interesting. Wait, I thought the rejoining was referring to Zodiark and Heidelin rejoining. Elish Demeist, Warrior of Darkness. I cannot repeat how much I do not like that. My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings. But I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madame? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. Yeah, does forgiven cowardice, can that transform people into Sin Eaters as well? Is it anywhere on the Sin Eater hierarchy? Or do you have to be near the top to infuse light into the person you're doing? So gonna nerd lore on me later? You better. Not edgelord enough for me? I want 0 edgelord in my life. Also, I forgot. Why can't I repeat what? Alisei calling them lesser eaters, not capable of transforming people. Perfect. Okay, thank you, Marin. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. They are lesser. Okay. I probably should leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. What is the over-under on Yulmore being full of cannibals? I doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Cannibalism is frowned upon in most societies. Yeah, but like, Yulmore strikes me right now as the kind of civilization that would send the army out into a battle it would purposefully lose to have less mouths to feed. 'Tis as the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Yes, Alisei would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Wow, that's quite the claim to make about a city you know almost nothing about. I am confident in that claim. Compared with Amarang, Kalusia is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Yulmore strikes me as the kind of place where they would capture a Sin Eater and make people fight it in gladiatorial combat. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Oakley, Dokely, friends. I do want to keep going. I cannot emphasize that point enough. But, unfortunately, I've been streaming for 6 hours, and I don't know if you guys can tell, but my throat is thrashed. I used to do 6-hour streams with more frequency, depending on how things go. In the future, we might see a return of this. Again, Demised After Dark will also be on Friday, so I'd probably be doing this anyways. But yeah, you literally just got here. We're gonna go ahead and call it here. So, just to sort of repeat everything, thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. It's been delightful. Seriously, as always. We haven't ended on a good note. I wanted to end on something a little bit peppy, but I don't have anything like that just yet. So here's just sort of the run back. starting from the top, we, of course, talked about all of the little maintenance upkeeps. Again, if anyone does try and exchange fiduciary directly for me changing actions or doing different behaviors, even if it is a donation to a charity, I'm not going to do it, almost out of spite at this point. I did it that one time, but that's because I hadn't really firmed or shored up my decisions. That's a thing. Again, Jolly Jupiters, fantastic FC, and I cannot ever finish talking about how much I love it and how much I like it. But again, a good point was raised by the higher-ups. If you want to do Final Fantasy XIV content with me specifically and you want to interface with me that way, I'll do a cross-world link shell. We have a Discord where you can get the Final Fantasy XIV role. If you want to join a FC to do fun FC stuff, join the Jolly Jupiters. So that's just a concern that was raised to me, and I want to reiterate that here and now. Thanks for the stream, Warrior of Darkness. Absolutely not. Dang it, just got home. I'm sorry, Sabata. I'll take that into consideration when I do the Demise After Dark, though. Thank you for the stream. Gonna watch the VOD later on, much excite. Just finished up your tabletop. No, I'm sorry, Underfriend. The Jolly Jupes. The Jolly Jupes are delightful. But again, they are actively recruiting, but specifically they want people who are interested in being a part of the FC. And as much as I'm always interested in having people to hang out with in general, there are caveats, right? So, okay. I think that's everything. Shadowbringers is killing me slowly, but democracy has ruled, and we're going to do back-to-back Shadowbringers content. Is there anything else? Don't think so. So, if that's everything, sorry, I know I'm looking hecka shady. We're gonna go ahead and try and raid. Oh my gosh, Kishnok put their name in. I'll just go back and check the other things. Anonymous Crash, that's right. Raid time, hell yeah. Docs Force tomorrow, yes, yes, yes. We're gonna be doing more Elden Ring with the crew. Anonymous Crowd. Ooh, and they're doing Fall Guys. Hell yeah, hell yeah. If you guys have any inclination, we do have a raid message. You do not have to use it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and send that raid out. And I will see you all tomorrow from 5 to 9 for some Elden Ring. Boy!